Cikgu Bosin. Boleh main music tak yang macam kemarin tu, soft music punya, light music?
Oh, cikgu nak yang tu
Ya, ya, ya. Biar dia sepanjang tu sampai kita bermula nanti.
Alright.
Thank you, cikgu
Okay, boleh.
Cikgu Bosin, music tu dimainkan pada masa yang sama, latar tu cuba letak latar kita yang apa, SPM tu.
Oh, ya kah? Saya
Ah,
tak sedia yang itulah.
okay.
Untuk pengetahuan, saya sementara aja masuk deh. Nanti lepas ni saya akan keluar jugalah.
Saya pun sama juga, saya pun divaksin juga nanti.
Itulah. Jadi, terima kasih juga untuk Cikgu Zairul lah yang bersama dengan kita pada pagi ini. Dia yang menggantikan tempat saya.
Mana Cikgu Zairul? Cikgu Bosin, Cikgu Zarul tu minta ajar bagaimana nak buka music tu.
Okey, kalau cikgu nak ni, okey. Sekejap. Boleh dengar? Okey, cikgu buka saja YouTube. Lepas cikgu buka YouTube itu jangan tutup apa ni, mic di GM. Tapi kalau ikut permintaan Cikgu Noel, saya tak prepare untuk yang background music lah. Kalau hari itu saya dah prepare untuk itu, jadi dia
Hi everyone, good morning. I saw Madam Grace already with us. Hi Madam Grace, good morning to you.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. Sound check. Our juru acara, Miss Diana. Hi Miss Diana.
Hi, good morning.
Oh yes, okay. And our moderator, Miss Adrina. Miss Adriana Willie. Are you there? Adriana Willie. Calling for Cikgu Adriana Willie. Sound check for Cikgu Adriana. Adriana left the meeting. Macam mana dengan kita punya pembaca doa, Cikgu Ustaz Naufal? Hi Ustaz, are you there Ustaz? Cikgu Adrina, good morning Cikgu Adrina.
Morning.
Yes, sound check kita cuba untuk test suara pagi ni. Hopefully everything going well Sounds a bit breaking right now.
Ya, saya dengar suara
Cikgu Ustaz Naufal, hi Ustaz Naufal. I wanna hold you. Beberapa perkara untuk juruacara dan juga kita punya moderator. Pastikan ketika anda bersiaran nanti, pastikan mikrofon dibuka untuk interaksi bersama-sama dengan audien juga di YouTube sebab ni adalah rakaman live, so jangan off you punya uh, apa gambar macam apa yang saya buat sekarang ni, you have to buka you punya kamera, okay? Thank you. Okay, sound check again. Sebelum kita on air tepat 8.30 pagi ni, sound check our Ustaz Naufal. Hi Ustaz Naufal. Ustaz Naufal. Hi Ustaz Naufal. Juru acara Cikgu Diana, okay. Cuba test suara dahulu. Cuba test suara masing-masing. Cikgu Diana,
Good
cuba
morning,
test dulu.
everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear. And you, Cikgu Adrina?
Yes. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Okay, now Ustaz Naufal. Hi Ustaz Naufal. Ustaz Naufal, selamat pagi. Saya kena call Ustaz Naufal ni. Sekejap
Cikgu
Good morning,
saya
good
ada
morning.
dengan
Hello, yes Ustaz?
ada. Ada. Saya pergi toilet.
Okay. Alright. Okay. So semua sudah berada di sini. Our penceramah Cikgu Grace also with us. Our SEB juga ada di sini. I can see here Miss Angeline, Miss Sophia and Mr. Nasrin as well. dan juga rakan SISC saya, Cikgu Angela dari PPD Mukah. Okay, all the best everyone. Kita akan bersiaran tepat jam 8.30 pagi ini. Okay, itu sahaja. Okay, saya mungkin terkeluar nanti sebab saya ada suntikan vaksin di Selangor. Anyway, saya akan ikut juga walaupun saya sedang divaksin nanti. Okay, itu sahaja. Okay. Technical, Cikgu Zarul mungkin boleh mainkan muzik macam tadi, muzik yang tak ada suara, muzik latar sahaja. Thank you. Atau tak ada muzik latar, lagu bahasa Inggeris pun tak apa juga, Cikgu Zarul. Yay, selamat pagi Cikgu Tracy Britin, our Timbalan Sektor Pembelajaran dari PPD Selangor. Selamat pagi Cikgu, thank you so much sudi bersama-sama dengan kita pada pagi ini.
Good
We are still
morning,
waiting.
Cikgu Noel.
Yes, we are still waiting for our Miss Jacqueline, Wakil Sarawak Energy yang akan menyampaikan ucapannya. Once dia dah masuk nanti, saya akan bagi signal macam ni kepada juru acara. Okay. Kita masih lagi menunggu pegawai SEB, Miss Jacqueline Dominic.
Hai, Cikgu
Pada masa
Noel.
yang sama, selamat pagi.
Sound check
Hai.
saya okey ya?
Yes. So far okay.
Okay.
Selamat pagi juga kepada semua guru yang bersama-sama dengan kita pada pagi ini. Thank you so much. Okey, wakil mereka kata tunggu sebentar lagi Miss Jacqueline akan bersama-sama dengan kita sekejap sahaja lagi. semoga cuaca pagi ini apa? Yes, Miss Jacqueline Dominic already joined. Hi Jacqueline. Hi Miss Jacqueline, good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
All right, okay.
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, action.
Yang berusaha Encik Muhammad Shazwan bin Sun, SI Partner Plus Officer representing Muka District Education Officer. Miss Jacqueline Dominic Merican, the Manager of Social Investment and Community Development, Corporate Social Responsibility Sarawak Energy Berhad. Education Officers from PPD Selangau and Muka, Officers from Sarawak Energy Berhad, Committee Members of Ceramah Bimbingan Pintar SPM 2021, Speaker, teachers, and all Form 5 students. Good morning and welcome to our final session of the Ceramah Bimbingan Pintar SPM 2021, organized by the Muka and Selangau Districts Education Office in collaboration with Sarawak Energy Berhad. Today is the session for English language by excellent teacher, Madam Grace Julan Chambers. I, Jana Ipan, as your MC for today, would like to extend a warm welcome to all teachers and Form 5 students from Muka and Selangau Zone. Before we proceed with our main event for today, I would like to invite Ustaz Naufal Hanif to lead the prayer. Ustaz Naufal.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, hanya padamu kami panjangkan kesyukuran atas segala rahmat dan berkat-Mu. Bersempena dengan program pada hari ini, kami memohon inayah dan taufik-Mu. Kurniakanlah kesejahteraan dan kebahagiaan kepada kami. Kami memohon kepadamu agar diberkati program ini dengan limpahan rahmat-Mu. Semoga segala usaha kami dalam menjayakan program ini mendapat keredaan dan hidayah-Mu, Ya Allah. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarraqana min ba'dihi tafarraqan ma'suma wa la taj'al Allahumma fina wa la ma'ana wa la man yatba'una shaqiyyan wa la matruda ولا محروما. ربنا اشرح لنا صدورنا ويسر لنا أمورنا واحلل عقدة من ألسنتنا يفقه أقوالنا. اللهم يسر أمورنا يا الله. اللهم يسر أمورنا يا الله. اللهم يسر أمورنا يا الله. اللهم يسر ولا تعسر. اللهم تمم بالخير يا كريم. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من جهد البلاء ودرك الشقاء وسوء القضاء وشماتة الأعداء. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وقنا عذاب القبور وقنا عذاب المحشر. صلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين.
Thank you, Ustaz Naufal, for the prayer recitals. Next, I would like to invite Miss Jacqueline Anak Dominic Merican as the representative for Sarawak Energy Berhad to deliver her speech. Miss Jacqueline.
Thank you to the MC. Sorry, actually I prepared this text in Bahasa Melayu, so I hope the rest don't mind. Okay, so terima kasih diucapkan kepada pengacara majlis. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Yang berusaha Encik Clement Liam selaku Timbalan Sektor Pengurusan dan juga menjalankan tugas Pegawai Pendidikan Daerah Muka. Encik Noel Jimbai Balang selaku penyelaras Ceramah Bimbingan Pintar SPM 2021 Zon Selangor Muka. Timbalan Sektor Pembelajaran dari PPD Selangor dan Muka para ejekat pelaksana SPM CMC 2021, sekalian para pendidik yang dihormati, yang dikasihi anak-anak didik, rakan-rakan dari Sarawak Energy, saya harap mereka ada di sini. Encik, saya tak pasti diorang ada ke tidak. Encik Nazrin, Sofia, Angeline, Elizabeth, Damien dan lain-lain. Tuan-tuan, puan-puan serta warga maya yang dihormati sekalian. Pertama sekali, saya bagi pihak Sarawak Energy ingin merakamkan jutaan terima kasih kepada pihak penganjur ceramah bimbingan Zon Selangor Muka kerana sudi memberi ruang kepada saya untuk menyampaikan ucapan ringkas. Terima kasih dan penghargaan yang tidak terhingga juga di atas jemputan kolaborasi PPD Selangor dan Muka, barisan pendidik dan juga pelajar-pelajar daripada 4 buah sekolah menengah di Selangor dan Muka bersama SCB, khususnya dalam menjayakan program ceramah bimbingan pintar SPM 2021 Zon Selangor Muka yang saya dipahamkan telah berlangsung selama 15 hari, more or less, bermula pada 16 Oktober sehingga ke hari ini. Komitmen serta dedikasi semua pihak yang bersama-sama melancarkan program ini sama ada secara langsung atau tidak langsung dalam memastikan kelancaran ceramah ini secara normal baharu amatlah dihargai. Saya dipahamkan juga seramai 678 orang pelajar yang bakal menduduki peperiksaan SPM 2021 pada tahun depan telah mengikuti ceramah ini. Dan kita semua sedia maklum akan tujuan ceramah ini dianjurkan, iaitu memberi manfaat kepada para pelajar dan juga pendidik dalam hadapi format baru peperiksaan SPM 2021. Diharapkan para pelajar dan juga guru telah menggunakan peluang ini semaksimal mungkin untuk menghadapi peperiksaan yang akan datang. Pihak SCB sedar betapa pentingnya pendidikan bagi menjamin kemajuan dan kelestarian sesebuah agama, bangsa dan negara. Oleh itu, SCB menyokong program-program yang mampu memberikan impak positif dalam meningkatkan taraf pendidikan di Sarawak, khususnya komuniti di luar bandar. Dan ini adalah, yang berikutnya adalah sedikit nasihat untuk anak-anak sekalian. Peperiksaan SPM merupakan salah satu peperiksaan umum yang terpenting dalam kehidupan sebagai seorang pelajar. SPM menentukan hala tuju anda selepas ini, iaitu sama ada anda akan melanjutkan pelajaran kebenaran gading, institut kemahiran ataupun tingkatan 6. SPM juga merupakan kelayakan minimum untuk mendapatkan pekerjaan pada masa sekarang. Oleh itu, anak-anak sekalian, janganlah mengambil mudah peperiksaan SPM. Gunakanlah masa yang masih ada untuk memperbaiki kelemahan anda. Jangan jadikan kekurangan anda sebagai alasan untuk gagal sekiranya anda belum berusaha sehingga ke garisan penamat. Bersyukurlah bahawa kamu masih boleh bersekolah. Mungkin ada di kalangan kawan-kawan anda yang terpaksa melupakan persekolahan disebabkan oleh kekangan hidup. Sekiranya kamu perlu membantu ibu bapa untuk melakukan kerja rumah atau kerja harian, jangan jadikan itu sebagai alasan untuk malas belajar atau tidak perlu belajar bersungguh-sungguh. Kerana belajar dan membantu ibu bapa adalah tanggungjawab sebagai seorang anak. Tetapi bahagikan masa untuk mengulang kaji juga. Sekiranya anda mengalami kesusahan ini sekarang, saya juga pernah mengalami situasi yang sama. Sebagai anak sulung, ini saya ingin berkongsi sedikit cerita mengenai diri saya lah. Saya pernah menjaga 2 orang adik yang masih kecil semasa masih bersekolah sebab ibu bapa saya sama-sama bekerja. Balik dari sekolah saja ataupun aktiviti, habis saja aktiviti kurikulum, ibu saya memang akan suruh saya balik ke rumah terus dan menjaga adik agar ibu saya dapat bekerja. Jadi kebanyakan masa remaja saya dihabiskan untuk menjaga adik-adik sedangkan kawan-kawan yang lain mempunyai banyak masa untuk lepak bersama. Kalau ibu saya berkongsi cerita kehidupan dia akan cerita dengan saya. Kalau saya rasa kehidupan saya mungkin tidak sesenang kanak-kanak yang lain, dia akan cerita. Dia lebih teruk daripada itu. Dia cakap sebelum dia pergi sekolah, pukul 4 pagi dia kena bangun untuk toreh getah sebelum dia pergi ke sekolah. Jadi setiap kali kalau saya rasa saya meluahkan ketidakpuasan saya sebab kawan-kawan yang lain lepak bersama, dia akan berkongsi cerita kehidupan dia yang perit pada masa dululah. Selain dari itu, saya juga pernah bekerja di kedai kopi pada hujung minggu untuk mencari pendapatan tambahan untuk keluarga. Walau bagaimanapun, saya tidak menyesal akan kekurangan ini. Sebaliknya bersyukur kerana keadaan yang susah itulah yang akan membuat kamu lebih kuat dan bersedia menghadapi cabaran hidup yang sukar di masa hadapan. Cerita ini adalah sekadar perkongsian hidup. Banyak lagi yang merasa hidup lebih perit daripada saya, tetapi itu tidak bermakna anda tidak berhak untuk berjaya suatu hari nanti. Ingin saya berkongsi juga sedikit pengalaman sebagai seorang bekas pelajar. Sampai ke hari ini saya masih menyesal kerana tidak belajar bersungguh-sungguh pada masa itu. Untuk makluman semua, saya mengambil SPM pada tahun 1995 dan selepas SPM saya diterima masuk ke Asasi Sains Hayat Universiti Malaya Kuala Lumpur. Pada masa itu saya betul-betul bercita-cita dan mengimpikan untuk menjadi doktor. Pernah juga saya bercita-cita menjadi polis atau cikgu, tetapi saya tidak meneruskan cita-cita itu sebab saya rasa saya tidak ada kesabaran untuk mengajar. Oleh itu saya betul-betul respect para cikgu ni lah. Kenapa saya tidak memilih jadi polis? Sebab saya rasa saya tidak cukup tinggi. Lepas tu cita-cita saya yang tinggi itu, tetapi usaha saya rendah. Saya bercakap saja tetapi tindakan tidak ada. Saya tidak belajar. Bila peperiksaan akhir asasi ataupun matrikulasi, keputusan saya tidak begitu memuaskan untuk saya memilih bidang kedoktoran dan pada masa yang sama persaingan sengit dengan pelajar-pelajar yang memperolehi keputusan STPM yang cemerlang. Berdasarkan keputusan peperiksaan itu, saya telah diberikan pilihan kedua iaitu kejuruteraan. Dan akhirnya saya mendapat ijazah dalam bidang kejuruteraan awam. Bersama Universiti Malaya. Saya menangis dan saya cemburu sebab kawan-kawan yang lain berjaya mendapat apa yang mereka impikan. Tapi saya sedar semuanya sudah terlambat. Apa yang mampu saya buat cuma menangis dan menyesal. Sehingga ke hari ini. Kepada anak-anak sekalian, belajarlah daripada kesilapan saya. Saya masih bersyukur tetapi ketidakpuasan hati itu masih ada bila teringat balik, terutamanya bila berhadapan dengan pelajar ataupun sesi ucapan seumpama ini atau setiap kali saya pergi ke klinik atau hospital, saya akan teringat balik cita-cita sebagai doktor dan berkata kepada diri sendiri, sekiranya saya berusaha lebih ataupun mengorbankan masa bermain ketika itu supaya saya lebih bersedia menghadapi peperiksaan, sudah pasti cita-cita saya akan tercapai. Kehidupan sebagai pelajar merupakan salah satu tempoh kehidupan yang saya boleh katakan paling serenok sekali dalam hidup sebab kamu ada banyak kawan-kawan, kamu happy, tidak perlu fikir pasal hutang, pasal kerja. Cuma masa yang tidak best ialah masa exam, tapi itu cuma sementara saja. Just bear with that. Kejayaan tidak akan datang bergolek. Bagi mereka yang belum betul-betul bersedia untuk menghadapi peperiksaan, masih belum terlambat untuk berusaha bersungguh-sungguh. Belajar betul-betul, buat latihan banyak-banyak, jangan baca atau menghafal sahaja. Kamu perlu uji pemahaman dan ingatan kamu melalui latihan yang banyak supaya kamu dapat membiasakan diri dengan soalan dan teknik menjawab yang betul. Rujuk kepada cikgu masing-masing untuk mendapatkan nasihat sekiranya ahli keluarga tidak mampu untuk membantu. Saya amat berharap ucapan ini dapat membuka mata dan minda untuk anak-anak sekalian berusaha sehingga berjaya. Tiada orang lain yang mampu mengubah hidup anda melainkan anda sendiri melalui berusaha bersungguh-sungguh dan sudah tentunya sentiasa berdoa kepada Tuhan. Di tahap mana kamu berada sekalipun, ingatlah asal-usul kamu, hormatilah ibu bapa, kenanglah jasa guru-guru dan lakukan kebaikan. Akhir kata, selamat menghadapi peperiksaan SPM, selamat maju jaya buat para pendidik, anak-anak didik, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian. Terima kasih bagi pihak SCB. Sekian.
Thank you for the wonderful and inspiring speech, Ms. Jacqueline. Hopefully our students will be inspired and more motivated to pursue their dreams after listening to your stories. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please turn on your camera for our photography session. Can anyone from the Educate Technical help to screenshot the photo? Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Vincent. Okay, before we begin, I would like to remind all students to strictly adhere to the following rules and regulations when communicating in the live chat on YouTube. First, you have to introduce yourself and your school name. Second, use appropriate language when asking questions in the live chat. Third, use the chat room for academic discussion only. Thank you for your cooperation. Without further ado, I would like to call upon Madam Adrina Willie as the moderator for today's session to introduce our honorable speaker. Ms. Adrina?
Yes. Thank you very much to our MC. Oh, sorry. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our sharing session. I am Madam Adrina as your moderator for today. Before we start, allow us to introduce our speaker for today, Madam Grace Julan Chambers, who is going to share about the 4 main skills in English SPM papers. Our speaker, who is also an excellent teacher of English language, DD52, born in Kuching, but she is currently staying in Cebu and started teaching in SMK Kanawit since 2002 until now. Madam Grace graduated from University of Exeter, United Kingdom with a Bachelor of Education in TESOL in 2002 and in 2017 with a Master of Education in TESOL from UKM Bangi. She is a mother of 3 daughters and her husband is the principal of SMK Julau 2. I think that is all for my introduction. Without further ado, let's welcome Madam Grace Julan Chamber.
Hi everyone. I hope my voice is okay. Is it clear? All right. Okay. Okay, I will start soon. Okay. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, Madam Grace.
Okay. Hold on.
Yes, Madam.
Give me a second, wait. Sorry. Okay. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera dan salam menjulang pendidikan negeri Sarawak yang dan diucapkan salam sejahtera juga kepada pegawai-pegawai ikhtisas dari PPD Selangau, PPD Muka, para pegawai Sarawak Energi Berhad yang diwakili oleh Cik Jacqueline Dominic Merikan, guru-guru dan mungkin ada juga ibu bapa yang menyertai kita pagi ini dan juga para pelajar sekalian. Okay, saya ingin berterima kasih kepada PPD Selangau, PPD Muka dan juga pihak SEB kerana sudi menjemput saya untuk berkongsi sedikit maklumatlah berkaitan dengan kertas BI SPM yang dijajarkan kepada CEFR 1119. Okay, izinkan saya menggunakan bahasa Inggeris untuk meneruskan slot saya. So I'm Cikgu Grace from SMK Kanawit. Okay, I'm very honored to be given this chance to share some tips with all of you for 1119 paper 1, which is reading and use of English, paper 2, writing, paper 3, speaking, and also paper 4, listening. So today is our last workshop together, and I hope that you will bear with me till the end of our session. Okay. Can you see my second slide? The one with dates.
Yes, madam.
All right. Okay. So as you can see on these slides, for English Language 1119 paper, you'll be sitting for 4 papers, which is paper 1, 2, 3, and 4, reading, writing, speaking, and listening. So you will be sitting for listening and speaking, your ujian lisan, somewhere in February 2022, and your reading and writing, which is paper 1 and paper 2, will be in March 2022. Okay, so English paper will be on day 4, which is from 8 to 9:30, and then followed by paper 2, writing paper, from 10:30 to 12 noon. Okay, so 4 hours now. Before I continue my slot, just to let you know, I will focus on reading paper 1 and also speaking paper 3 before our break this morning. And then after break, I will focus on paper 2, writing, and also paper 4, listening. This is because of the time duration given and the number of slides that I've prepared. Okay, so hopefully everything will go out as planned. Okay, this is the next slide. Okay, this is a simplified version of format instrument peperiksaan SPM for English, mata pelajaran bahasa Inggris yang dijajarkan pada CFR 1119. Okay, so I think you are quite familiar with CFR, but just to let us to refresh us, so CFR is actually an international standard used by our Ministry of Education to competent English language users and to create uniformity. So everyone is using the standardized level of English, okay, in educational and also cultural matters. A general framework is provided to us to indicate what everyone, especially the students, what you have to attain to be able to use the English effectively. Okay, so as you can see here, I'll go roughly with you. Paper 1, this is the items that you will see. I think you're quite familiar with all these formats. So paper 1, you'll have objective questions, okay, and also subjective questions, and you have 5 sections here. I'll go in detail with you in the next slide. Yeah. You have 40 marks for paper 1, and the weightage is 25%, and you have 1 hour 30 minutes for paper 1. As for writing paper, you have subjective responses. Okay, you have 3 parts, and 60 marks is allocated here with a weightage of 25%. You also have 1 hour 30 minutes for this section. For paper 3, which is speaking, you have subjective responses as well, and you have 3 parts with 24 marks and 25% weightage. Here you only have 13 minutes, so you can't really waste a lot of time here thinking. So for speaking, you have to do a lot of practice. Okay. As for listening, you have objective questions, options, and you have 4 parts in a paper, which carries 30 marks with 25% weightage. Okay. And you have 40 minutes for listening. This one as well, you can't really waste a lot of time choosing the answers, because you won't be given extra time, okay, to look back at your answers. Okay, so you have to be very alert with this. Okay, let's start with our reading paper now. Okay. In part 1, you will have reading text, which are quite short. Okay, for example, you have advertisement, you have notice, and so on. Okay, and here you have 8 questions. I always remind my own students that if possible, you have to score all correct for part 1 because they are quite easy. Okay, 8 questions, so 8 marks. As for part 2, you have closed text. Okay, you have 10 questions here, which is not that difficult also, but you have to be very alert. And don't worry, I'll share with you the tips later. Yeah. And then for part 3, you have reading, which is a longer text. Okay, and here you have 8 questions, which carries 8 marks. And then part 4, you have gap text. You have 6 questions here and 6 marks. And also part 5, you have matching and information transfer, which is also 8 questions and carries 8 marks. Okay. Now, out of all these 40 marks, 25% is taken. So means you have to try to score more than half of this. Okay. We go to the next slide. All right, now this is for part 1, which is reading short text. Now, these are the common questions that you will see in part 1. Okay, which of the following is true about? Okay, so you have to be very alert with this. This is the clue. Which statement is true? Again, true. So be alert with this. And the purpose of the notice or advertisement or writing is, so your task here is to find the purpose of the question. Okay. Now, if you notice, if you read all the options given A, B, C, and D, normally 3 options are almost similar and one is a little bit different. Okay, this is when you are really in a situation where you really can't identify which is the best option for that question. So try to identify the 3 almost similar options, and that a very big possibility for that to be distractors. Okay, so the one and only which is a little bit different is usually your answer. Okay, so what you have to do when you see these questions, you have to read the whole text, read the question, and then read all the options, the choice of answers, okay, at least twice. First time you read everything for you to understand. And then the second time you read, that's when you identify the clues, and then the words or the synonym, the words used in the question and also in the option. Okay, this is how you try to answer according to these tips. First, you read the question carefully. Okay, read the question and options carefully. Be alert with the synonyms, the idioms, or the comparative adjectives used in the questions, in the options. Then you eliminate the wrong or the irrelevant options. Okay, by eliminating at least 1 or 2 options, at least you are left with 2 or 1 option. Okay, the best one that you think is could be the possible answer. Okay, if you really cannot find the answer, there's no other way than to guess. Okay, like I said just now, try to see out of the 4 options, find 2 or 3 similar options, so that might be the distractors. Okay, and then you finalize your best option, which is the true statement. Now let's look at this question. Yeah, now this is a notice. Okay, attention all students. Do you have what it takes to be a team player? Make our school proud. Join us in a 5 km race. My Malaysia Relay Run when 30th June 7:30 a.m. Certificates will be given to all runners, compulsory training from 2nd to 28th June. Want to join? See Kumar of 5 Dahlia after the assembly. Now, this is a notice. So the notice to students says, so indirectly, this question is asking you to find the true statement. Okay. Now, look at the option. Students can represent the school individually. Participants need to undergo coaching. Anyone interested should speak to a member of staff. Now, let's look at the clue. Okay, option A, individually. Now look at the notice. Is it correct, class? Is there any word individual that you can find in the notice? No. The word used in the notice is team. Okay. So option A is, you eliminate option A. Option A is wrong. Now let's look at option B. Participants need to undergo coaching. Can you see any word coaching in the notice? I don't think so. You can see the word training. Okay, so participants need to undergo training, not coaching. So option B is wrong. Now let's look at C. Interested. Is there any synonym or similar meaning phrase in the notice which carries the same meaning as interested? Yes, want to join? Okay. Another one, speak, is the same as C. And then member of staff. Who is the member of staff mentioned in the notice? Yes, Kumar of 5 Dahlia. So this is the best option because you can find that a few words used in the options are almost similar to the one in the notice. So C is the answer. Good. All right, let's try this one. This is a notice again. Okay, customer notice, free rides on the new Sungai Buloh Kajang train line, okay, are available starting from 4 p.m. until 11 p.m. on 14 February to celebrate its launch. Until 31st March, passengers will also be able to enjoy a 50% discount on this line, plus the same discount on bus services from all train stations. Now let's look at the options. Which of the following is true? Okay, so you have to identify the true statement. Okay, A, free train rides are available throughout the launch day. Free bus rides will be provided at all train stations, or passengers have to pay for normal fare after March. Now let's look at option A. Is it correct? Throughout the launch day? No, it's only from 4 p.m. until 11 p.m. Okay, it's not the whole day. Throughout means the whole day. So A is wrong. Eliminate straight away so that you don't get confused with other option. Now next one, free bus rides. Is it correct? Now if you look at the statement here in the notice, until 31st March, passengers will also be able to enjoy a 50% discount on this line. On this line is referring to the train line, the train ride. Plus the same discount on bus services means the bus is also giving you a 50% discount. It's not a free bus ride. Okay, so eliminate option B and let's look at option C. Passengers have to pay normal fare after March. Now let's look at the notice. Until 31st March means in March they are able to enjoy the 50% discount. But after March, they have to pay normal fare, no more 50% discount. Okay, so C is your answer. Okay, I hope you are quite clear with part 1. If you have any question regarding part 1, you may ask towards the end of our session later, yeah? Okay, now let's go to part 2. Now part 2 is closed text. Now part 2, I would say if you are very if you are very alert with your grammar, this part is no problem for you. So here, focus a lot on grammar and vocabulary. Okay. So among the grammar parts that you see in these questions, focus on verbs, adjectives, notice, adverbs, preposition, and many more. And you also have to be alert with the basic grammar tenses, which is present and past. Okay. Now, I always remind my students, this is a basic grammar that you have to know. Once a text starts with present tense, okay, you cannot see any clue showing, any word showing that the text is in the past. Automatically the text is in present. Once you start with present, the whole text must finish in present. Unless in the middle of the text, indication of past tense is used, okay? For example, 10 years ago, last night, yesterday, those are what I call indication, petunjuk. Only then you can change your tenses, okay? So you have to be alert with that. I'll touch a little bit on tenses later, okay? Just basic ones. As for vocabulary, you have to be alert with the keywords or clues used before and after blanks. Okay, this is very, very important because sometimes you can see, if you're very lucky, you can see the same words used in the text, okay, before after the blanks. Similar words used in the options, if you are very lucky. Sometimes they use synonym, all right? And you also have to be alert with the text type, okay, whether the text is is written for a notice, interview, or so on. So you have to be alert with the words, the vocabulary used according to the text type explained, all right? Okay, before we go to the question, let me refresh you with some of the grammar, because these are very basic, okay? And I also always notice that our students have problem with this. Now, modal verbs and verbs to do, okay? Modal verbs and verbs to do, when you see this before the blank, so after the blank must be followed by root word, okay, or original verb. No s, no ing, nothing. Okay. Now modal verbs are this. The one I have highlighted in yellow: can, could, may, might, shall, should, will, would, must, ought to. Okay. These are the basic 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Now, these are the basic 10 modal verbs that we always see, we always use in our text. Now, once you see this, okay, before the blank, and let's say the next word after this modal verb is a blank, so the answer must be in root word, the option that you see. It shouldn't have any s, ed, ing, and so on. Okay, now this is the example. I might come and visit you next year if I can save enough money. Okay, you cannot say I might coming, or I might comes, or I might came, because the rule is after modal verbs must be followed by root word. Okay, next one. What else uses root word after verb? There are verbs to do. There are 3. After do, does, or did must also be followed by root word. All right. So if you see a blank after these 3, any one of these 3, so automatically the answer is the original verb. Now, Mary does brush her teeth before having her breakfast. It's not Mary does brushing. Okay. Did you call mother? Yes, I did. Or yes, I did call mother. So after did must be followed by root word. Next one. Do you walk to school? So you can answer either no, I don't, or yes, I walk to school. Here you can also say no, I don't walk to school. So after don't must be followed by root word. These are very basic. Okay, next one. after verbs to be, okay, must be followed by past participle. And another clue for you to notice is there will be a word by after that. Sometimes you can see by is there, the word by is there. Sometimes you cannot, you don't see this, because the do person who is doing the activity has been mentioned before. So we don't repeat the name or the names of the doers again and again. It sounds a little bit, we call it redundant. You are repeating the same names or doers, okay? Now, this is example. Simon was shot, ed, okay? This is in past participle form. To see the graceful dance performed by the two siblings, okay? Another one, when you use verbs to be, okay, is, was, are, were, am, these are in verbs to be. Must be followed by ing. So there are two conditions when you use verbs to be. Either you add a past participle followed by past participle or followed by ing. There's no other rules. Jane is singing or Jane is sleeping. If you put Jane is sing, that is wrong. Okay. Ali and friends are playing futsal. All right. If you put ed here, then it is this choice. All right. But of course, it's not logic. Ali and friends are played, or you have to change with other verb which is suitable. Ali and friends are given ang pao, for example. Okay. Now, next one is verbs to have. There are 3 verbs to have. Excuse me. Now, after verbs to have, also must be followed by past participle. Okay. Now, some of my students, they are still confused. What is past participle, teacher? Now, this one you have no choice. You have to, if you buy any reference book, towards the last pages, the last few pages of the reference book, you can see a list of past participle. Okay. Usually the first column is the present tense, and then followed by the next column, which is past tense. And usually the third column is the past participle. Okay. So example here that you can see is she has just taken her dinner. So when you see has, and then there's a blank here, and then you have 4 options. You have options like take, took, taken, taking. So you don't have to trouble yourself to think which is the best option. If you can remember this rule, after has, have, had, followed by past participle, so automatically you just choose taken as your option, as your answer. Okay. Okay, next one. I only choose some conjunctions that some students are still confused with. So I notice my students, sometimes they're confused with this. And I also notice that this one also always comes up in the options. So you have to really know the difference. Now, although, though, and even though are used for the same meaning, that is to express the idea of contrast. But structurally, there is a small difference between them. So you have to really notice. I've put the difference in the blue color. Now let's look at the first one. You can see conjunction is used in the beginning of the sentence and also in the middle of the sentence. Now, although she ran very fast, she lost the race. Okay, you can see here that she ran very fast. But after that, she lost the race. She failed in the math exam, although she studied very hard. So you can see there's a huge contrast here. Okay, she studied so hard for her for her mathematics, but in the end she failed. Okay, so that is when you use although. Okay, now next one. Though it was very late, students kept studying. Okay, there is a follow-up contrast here. It's very late, but students still study. Next one, she doesn't want to go to the doctor, though she is very sick. Okay, so she's very sick, but she refused to go to the doctor. So that is when you use though. All right. Next one, when there is an unexpected incident or scenario, that is when you use even though. Even though she was very tired, she decided to go out. Okay, you can see here, she's very tired, but unexpectedly, she still decides to go out. And then if you use even though in the middle of the sentence, this is how it sounds. He had a good time with his family, even though he was very busy yesterday. All right. So just remember, when you want to show huge contrast, you use although. When you want to show a follow-up contrast, something happened, but still you keep doing it. Okay. There's a follow-up contrast, so you use though. Okay, when there is an unexpected thing happen, usually use even though. Okay. Now, revision for your vocabulary. These are the suggestions that I always share with my students as well and my colleagues. So for the average and the weak students, there is no choice because now is already October and next week is already November. Okay, so roughly you have about 2 months to really prepare. Okay, now what is important for English is, of course, grammar and vocabulary. Without good vocabulary, it's quite difficult for you to write. Okay, now how to enrich your vocabulary? If you look in your textbook, you have 12 chapters. Now, a very good way for you to do revision is try to look at the vocabulary pages, the vocabulary tasks, okay? And then list out a few vocabulary from each chapter. You don't have to memorize all. You don't have to do all. Just choose, select and choose, okay? And then write the definition or write example of sentences using those vocabulary. Because believe me, you will use this a lot in your writing, in your speaking, as well as listening. All right. So another one, you can download this dictionary, Merriam-Webster. This dictionary is very good. Okay, because I noticed some students, they just refuse to bring even small size dictionary, pocket dictionary. Okay, so what you can do is, because now we are more into online learning, so when you use this one, when you type any word that you don't understand, Merriam-Webster will provide you the definition, how to pronounce it, when the word is first used. Okay, and then there's also a game in this app, so you can try out. Okay, you have to enrich your vocabulary. Another way is to listen to songs, listen to music. Now this is very good, especially for your listening, because in part 4 of your listening, you will have to fill in blanks. All right. So how to find the answers? You have to really listen attentively to the words mentioned by the speaker, apart from knowing the words, but if you don't know how to spell, so it's a problem as well. Right? So it's very important for you to test yourself to your listening skill. Okay, best way is to listen to songs. Another tip that I always share with my students is by watching English movies, but try not to read the subtitles. Okay, test yourself. You have to do that. By doing that, you actually can improve your listening and as well as your speaking, okay, and your vocabulary. All right. But I hope you don't misuse these tips. Don't go and tell your parents that teacher asks us to watch a lot of movies or listen to a lot of songs. Okay, you have to know how to manage your own revision time. All right. Okay. This is part 2. This is how you identify the clues. Now, first, to find the clues, okay, to identify the clues like the words or the grammar, like I've informed you earlier, so you have to see before and after the blanks. Okay, usually the clues are used before and after. Look also at the options, the answer options. All right. Next one, replace all answers in the blank and read to see if they sound correct. Sometimes you find that all 4 options sound correct, but you have to try to put all in, like how I explained about the although, though, and even though just now. Okay. Then eliminate distractors once you can identify them. Okay, so that you are left with little option. Okay. Then next one, read out choice to confirm. Don't read too loud in the exam hall. Read it to yourself. You can hear it, okay, or read it just in your heart. By reading, actually, it helps you to listen to the answer, and you actually can identify the answer, because sometimes maybe you have heard someone said that use the same words or the same sentences, so that's why sometimes unconsciously you will notice. All right, now let's try this one. I hope this is clear. Okay, creepy homestay. By looking at the picture here, I hope you know what is creepy, and also homestay. I'm sure you're very familiar with homestay because in Muka, we have a lot of homestays, right? Okay, especially those by the beach. All right. Now, Hui Ling and her family recently went on a hilltop getaway with their relatives. Since there were, okay, before we continue, do you notice what tense is used here in the first sentence? Yes, past tense is used. And the clue is went. Okay, like I said earlier on, once the text starts with past tense, the whole text later will use past tense. So in your option here, make sure you look at the past tense. Okay, unless you have the tense grammar part of speech which use like the verb, the to followed by the root word. Okay, like I've explained earlier just now. Now, since there were so many of them, they booked a whole house that was a homestay on a farm. Hui Ling was really looking forward to catching up with her cousins she had not seen in a year. Now, for question 9, look, the choice given here is who, whom, whose, and which. All right. So this is also a problem that students always face. They are not sure which is the best option. Now, this is the trick. If you can replace the object here is cousins, okay, with he or she, then your choice here is who. Now, let's try. Hui Ling was really looking forward to catching up with her, she, her, them, her, they. So, is that correct? I don't think so. Okay. Now you look at the example here. The doctor, you can replace he with the doctor. The doctor. So the doctor or he who examined you yesterday is my father. So who is the correct pronoun used here? But if you can replace this object, her cousins, with third person, him, her, them, and so on, then your best answer is whom. Now let's try to replace this. Hui Ling was really looking forward to catching up with them. Does it sound correct? With them, whom she had not seen in a year. So, yes, your answer is whom. Okay, next one. Upon arriving at the homestay, the whole family was awestruck by the sight of the massive building. The was lush with flowering plants and ancient-looking trees. Now, the option here, room, unit, house, and property. Okay, the clue here is noun, okay, the massive building, and then flowering plants, ancient-looking trees, and another one, if you notice, you are still outside the house, okay? From the explanation here, the whole family is still standing outside the house. Now let's look at the option. Room, unit, house, property. Like I said earlier, if you look at these options, there are usually there are three similar ideas there. Do you notice? Can you see them? Yes. Room, unit, house. They are almost similar. Okay. But property is referring to a larger size of the area. Okay. So because here it's still focused on highlighting on the plants outside, the trees outside, and the building from outside. So the best answer here is property. Okay. The property was lush with flowering plants and ancient-looking trees. An elderly couple came out to unlock the wooden door of the house and the keys with their parents. Now, you look at the clue here. The elderly couple is not staying with the family, so they left the keys to the tenants. They unlocked the wooden door, okay, for the tenants, and also this is their homestay. Okay, normally when you do homestay, do the owner of the house stay together with you? No, right? Okay, so the best option here, if you look at the options, you have left, gave, passed, and dropped. Which one do you think is the best option here? Yes, left. Okay, because they are not staying with the family, and also it's logic. Okay, and left the keys with their parents. The younger kids rushed inside to explore. Hui-Ling and her cousins May and Liam took their luggage upstairs. Okay, I want you to look at this later, because in the next sentence, in the next paragraph, you have to notice something. Everyone unpacked and then gathered in the living room. Now, the choice given here is adjectives. Okay, wide, deep, broad, and spacious. Okay, living room is usually has the largest space in a house. Okay, so which do you think is the best option? Yes, spacious, because larger space is also synonym to spacious. Wide is not really suitable, because you don't describe living room as wide living room, all right, or deep living room, or broad living room. It is more to, the best option is spacious. Okay. Now next, they had great games and warm conversation going. As the sun set, so this is towards the evening, the mist came rolling in and making the air damp and chilly. The cousins went to their rooms to grab their sweaters. Hui-Ling heard a loud gasp coming from May. May explained that she have seen a shadowy figure outside the window. Okay, remember just now I asked you to focus on the word upstairs. Okay, now May explained that she have seen a shadowy figure outside the window. All right. Now, shadowy figure is a supposition with doubt. Okay, so not very sure. Okay, I've already clicked the answer for you. So the best answer here is might, because she has doubt whether she saw a figure or she didn't see. Because imagine this is the first floor of the house. How can you see a figure outside the window? So of course you can imagine what the thing is. Okay. Now 14, they turned to look, there was no one there. Now option here is the conjunction. Is it when, once, until, or after? Okay, so you use this conjunction to connect two clauses. This first clause is they turned to look, another one is there was no one there. Okay, so if you're not sure which one, that's when I said just now, you can try to put all in. You read it out and listen. When they turned to look, there was no one there. Once they turned to look, there was no one there. Until they turned to look, there was no one there. After they turned to look, there was no one there. So which one do you think is the best one? Yes, when. When they turned to look, there was no one there. Okay, so the action continues. Next one, not wanting to alarm anyone, they kept quiet about it, thinking it was just maze, overactive. Is it idea? Overactive dream? Overactive thoughts? Or overactive imagination? Okay, so it's a noun, seeing a shadowy figure outside a window from the first floor massive building. So of course it's an imagination, which they are not sure if they should believe of what they have seen or just keep quiet about it. Okay. Next, around midnight, Hui-Ling and May got ready for bed while the adults coffee and watching TV downstairs. Okay. I purposely highlight the word watching. Now let's look at. Now the clue here is verb. Have, having, were having, will have, been having. Okay. Some students, they have problem with this. They don't know which to choose. Now here are the clues. First, like I said earlier on, look at the tense. So here you know that this sentence is in past tense. The clue here is got. All right. Second, the clue here is adults. Okay. And the verb here is only, the verb used here should be in past tense because the clue here just now is past tense. Like I said, once you use past tense, everything must be in past tense. Okay, so now you already have the clue. It's a verb and it must be in past tense. Now let's look at the choice here. Which is in past tense here? You only have one here, right? So what you have to do is you eliminate the option. Another clue here is watching TV. Okay, do you notice that there is an ing here? Okay, remember when your teacher, when you were in primary schools, sometimes teacher asks you, class, what are your hobbies? My hobbies are sleeping, singing, dancing, and cooking. So if you notice the structure of your sentence, all comes with ing. So same goes to this. So that's why the answer here is were having, right? Because this is the only option with past tense, okay? And this is also the only option, not the only option. This has ing. B also has ing. D also has ing. But why you choose C is because it is, you have were, which is in past tense, the verb to be. Okay, I hope you are alert with this, all right? Now next one, 17. As they were about to get under they heard a knock on their door. Now the option here is noun, covers, sheets, clothes or layers. Now the clue here is because they're going to sleep. So another word for blankets. Okay, they were about to get under yes, covers. Another word for blankets. Okay. And again, usually blankets is used to cover the bed. Okay. As they were about to get under the covers, they heard a knock on their door. Liam's face was as white as a sheet. Okay. He said he had heard. Now, The options given here are noun, okay, no one, anyone, someone, or everyone. Now, if you are not sure, again, let's try to put it all in. He said he had heard no one muttering in his bathroom. This one doesn't sound logic because if there's no one, so there shouldn't be any sound in the bathroom. He said he had heard anyone muttering in his bathroom. This one also sounds a little bit weird. Okay. He said he had heard someone muttering in his bathroom. This one sounds better. He said he had heard everyone muttering in his bathroom. This one also sounds weird. All right. So the best option is someone. Okay. Again, I remind you, class or kids, that when you are in doubts, okay, when you're not sure which answer or which option is the best, okay, to choose, it is best for you to read it out silently in your heart. Try to listen to it because I'm sure your teacher always uses the same sentences, sentence structure like this in class. So that's why it's very important for you to listen to your teacher teaching you in class, because the sentences, the vocabulary, the grammar that they use are of course correct, and you have to be alert with that. Okay. Okay, we have come to the end of part 2. So now we are in part 3. Okay, part 3 is reading longer text. Now, first you have to read every paragraph carefully. Remember, you are reading longer text now. For the question, read all questions, especially paragraphs which are referred to, because if you look at this one, questions 19 to 25, they will tell you which paragraph they take the question from. Okay, and then question 26 to, question 26 will focus on either the last paragraph or the whole text. So you have to be alert with the last question in this part 3. Yeah? As for the keywords, you have to highlight keywords and clues that you can find in the questions and also the text. And then, as usual, eliminate distractors so that you have little options left with you. Okay, you don't have to read this one. This is just example of the long text. I just want you to see how long the text is. So that's why it's called longer text. So you have 8 objective questions here. Now let's look at this. Okay, this is what I mean just now. From question 19 to 25, they will ask you according to paragraph. All right, they will not ask you regarding each paragraph, but they might select. Okay, so let's look at question 19. In paragraph 1, so I purposely, you don't see this kind of numbering in your paragraph. I purposely put this so that it's easy for me to explain to you. Okay, in paragraph 1, what was happening in the forest? Okay, so you have to know what happened. Okay, what was happening in the forest? Now, let's look here. Tiger looked through what remained of the forest where she lived. Okay, then able to see two-legged creatures and their sharp tools and deafening tree-eating machines. Dirty gray air filled her nose and throat. Okay, hot orange flickering thing quickly destroyed the place. So I can imagine. I hope you know what this refers to. Okay, this was the home where she was born, raised, and where she had given birth. Okay, now was it a home where she would die? Now, what was happening in the forest? Now let's look. The tiger and cub were being chased by people. Were they being chased? It's not mentioned here. Animals were migrating away from their homes. Is the word migrating used in the text? Or similar word to migrating? Can you find them in the text? I don't think so. Humans were hunting fleeing animals with sharp tools. Hunting. If you see the word hunting, means the humans are shooting, are killing the animals. But you cannot see any words related to hunting here. It only mentions sharp tools, okay, and definitely 3 eating machines. Forest was being cleared by tree cutting and burning. Okay, so I purposely underline this, okay, so that you can see. Tree cutting here refers to this. The sharp tools, okay, that are used to cut the trees. And then burning, a hot orange flickering thing. So this is, yes, fire. So the answer here is D. Paragraph 3. Why does the writer use the phrase force herself along? Now, the completely exhausted tiger forced herself along. We're almost there, she thought. We're almost free. Now, why does the writer use this phrase? Now, let's look at the choices. Tiger did not want to leave her home. Tiger was almost trapped under a falling tree. Tiger wanted to make sure her cub would be free and alive. The tiger was tired, but she still made herself move forward because she wanted to escape. Now we can see similar words used. Tired is same meaning as exhausted. Move forward, same meaning as we're almost there. Okay. Escape carries the same meaning as free. So the best answer here is D. Okay. Why D? Because you can find similar clues used in the option. All right. Now, as for paragraph 4, again, you have to be alert with the words used, like I said in question 20 just now. That is the best clue. You have to see the words used in the option here and also in the paragraph. Now, what did the tiger see? Okay, realization hit her. I can see everything better from here. The thick branches of a tree beside her held a sad and lonely bird nest. I purposely underlined the word empty and lonely. What happened to its residents? All she could see were tufts of light materials and bits of hard white pieces stuck on the twigs. Where are the mother, father, and baby birds? Now, I underlined the word feathers because it is also the same meaning as tufts. All right. So, yes, the answer is A. If we look at B, fresh bird eggs that were smashed, this is not the only thing that she sees. There are a lot of things here actually. So B is not really appropriate. Okay, sorry, correct. The birds that were flying away in the sky. Can you see any words or any sentence that is similar to C? I don't think so. The branches were high above her, growing on tall trees. Okay, so this one also is not very suitable because the branches were high above her, growing on all trees. So you can see it mentions here thick branches, but they are not the best option to explain what the tiger sees around her. Okay, so that's why A is the best option. 22 in paragraph 5 and 6. Okay, so here you can see one question is combining 2 paragraphs. So this one you also have to be very alert. What was the proof that people were not aware of the effect of their own actions? So if you look at these options, I purposely underlined, so you know D is the answer. Okay, I have to go very fast with you. Okay, if you look at the choice here, they did not know that they too would suffer from destroying nature. Okay, the word suffer here is the same as this. Nothing left. Okay, when there's nothing left, of course, those who are staying there will suffer. Okay, destroying nature would not stop cutting down every tree. So this is similar to destroying nature. Same goes to cause of their own downfall. This is more to suffering, okay, or suffer. So that's why D is the best option. If you look at A, you can't really see any word that is related to paragraph 5 and 6. To focus on their job in the forest, okay? It is not mentioned any similar sentences or phrases here that is the same as this. Same goes to B. They were too greedy to see the loss that was being caused. Did not notice the animals that were fleeing. So these ones, these three are not very suitable, okay, because you can't find exact clues used in the options. Now, I will let you see the answers. Okay. Now, why did the elephant go to the farm? This is in paragraph 7. Okay. If we read the whole text here, it is describing the elephant's action. Okay, what it sees, what happened to the elephant. Okay, the elephant knew the man would come. Man would kill him because the elephant had eaten his crops. Elephant did not want to be near the farm, but he had done it as a last resort. Means he had nothing to eat, so he has no choice. He had to go to the farm and eat something. Okay, so why did elephant go to the farm? It was the only place where he could get food. So this one is similar to this, had nothing to eat. Okay, this one B is of course not logic. Farmers left food for elephants and other animals. Other elephants were trapped and needed his help. No. He went in search for help because his leg was injured. Of course, no. So these three options don't sound very logic. Okay, remember, always keep in mind that usually the three options are a little similar and there's only one left with a little bit different idea. So normally that is the answer. Okay, now let's look at this one. What was not the effect of being tangled in the net and fishing line have on the dolphin? Okay, if you read this paragraph, now her movement was restricted. Okay, yes. Her flipper could not be released. One flipper was pinned to her body. Yes. Her escape was cut off by more barriers. Okay. Yes, you can see here the net and the fishing line around her body, so she couldn't escape. Her lungs were being squeezed and she could not breathe. Is this mentioned? Her lungs needed fresh air, but it was not mentioned that the lungs were being squeezed. Okay. So this is the answer. This was not the effect of being tangled. Okay, because lungs are inside her body, so you cannot see the lungs being squeezed. Okay, so you have to be alert with the words used in the option. Okay, the last two questions. Again, this 25, question 25 refers to the second last paragraph. Okay, how did the bird feel about the oily situation of the sea? Sometimes class, you cannot really see the clues in the first or the second sentences. You have no choice but to read the whole text. So you have to be alert. Okay. How did the bird feel? A, afraid that she would get stuck. Okay. It was not mentioned here because remember your task here is to see how the bird feel about the oily situation of the sea. Now resign that nothing could be done. Resign here means giving up. Okay, so this is similar to the option here. Mother bird knew there was nothing she could do. So dia berserah lah. She has no more idea what to do. All right. Upset that she could not save her chicks. The word upset is not really used clearly in this text. Okay. Glad she could see where the mess ended. If you look at this sentence, she would not live until she would be overcome by exhaustion. She too would fall and be held down by the clinging mess. Okay. So D is not very clear as well. And of course, B is the answer because you can see the clue here is almost similar to this. All right. Now, last question, what is the purpose of the writer writing this text? Like I mentioned earlier just now, normally the last questions will focus on the whole paragraph, the whole text, okay? Not only the last paragraph, but the whole text. So the purpose of the writer, sometimes you can see the clue in the last paragraph, sometimes you have to use your hot skill to see the overall objective or purpose of the text. So the best answer here is to create awareness about the destruction of nature, okay, which is the same as this, the one that I've underlined. There is still time to save this dying planet if everyone acts together, okay. So I hope you will read carefully the text, because from my own students' experience, sometimes they can't score even half from of these questions. There are 8 questions here. Sometimes they can score only 2, 3 because they said they are confused with the choices given. So the best way is to read again, okay? Read at least twice. Don't worry to scribble your test paper, okay? Because sometimes it's good for you to underline here and there, circle here and there, so that you notice, you are alert with the clues. Okay. Part 4 is called gap text. Now we go to part 4. Okay. For this part 4, you must understand the message conveyed in the text and how the ideas are connected. Okay, how to do that? First, you have to read the whole text again. By reading the whole text, you will get the idea, a rough idea what is happening in the text. Okay, and then you read option A to H. Okay, then try to identify the clue. The clue sometimes can be found in the topic sentence. The topic sentence means the first sentence of every paragraph. Usually you can find the clue there. Okay, and then you find similar words or clues before and after the blank. Okay, clues are normally, like I've mentioned since part 1 just now, clues are normally found before and after blanks. Okay, last one, write your answer in alphabet, okay, in capital letter, not small letter, okay. If you get a very strict marker, if you use small letter, so even though your answer is correct, your answers may not be accepted, okay. Now, another choice is you may try out all the answers, but make sure you finalize your choice, because sometimes students, they don't realize they put 2 answers there. For example, A, and then they put stroke B, and then they forgot to erase their choice, okay, and put the best option there. So very careless, okay. Now, this is the example, okay. I've purposely underlined the clues here for you, so roughly you know the answers. Okay, so for 27, the answer is D. Okay, because if you see the option here, if that fact alone did not amaze you, listen to this. Okay, what is very amazing? It's polyglot. Polyglot. Okay, polyglot is someone who knows and uses several languages. So TJ knows a whopping number of 14 languages. So this is something amazing. Okay, so of course D is the best option. For 28, okay, according to him, because here you can see Bahasa Melayu is mentioned. Besides English, I speak Spanish, French, Russian, and a few other languages. Bahasa Melayu is one of them too. Okay, TJ said during an interview with a newspaper agency. TJ is from US. Okay, a 16-year-old trend from US. According to him, he decided to pick up a new language when his school closed due to the pandemic. Now, best option is C, because it clearly says here that when he chose Bahasa Melayu to, that's when he chose Bahasa Melayu to focus on. So this is the clue. Pick up a new language. which is Bahasa Melayu. Again, it is mentioned here, Bahasa Melayu is one of them. So that is the clue. All right. Next one, 29. It took me 2 weeks to learn the language. I even tried making some videos. I was curious to see how many languages I could learn in 14 days, he explained. It was a challenge I gave myself. Now, clue here is he memorized about 1,000 words in 2 weeks. Now, he spent 8 hours daily to learn new words. So this idea is similar. All right. So G is the answer. Spend 8 hours daily. Just imagine, like how you spend 8 hours playing games. I'm sure now you're a pro, okay, a pro gamer. If you spend 8 hours daily to play games, okay. For him, he spent 8 hours daily to learn new words, so he can memorize about 1,000 words in 2 weeks. Hey, you can try this. Why not? Try to learn maybe Korean, because I know a lot of you are K-pop fans. Okay, same goes to my daughters as well. So try this one out. Spend about 8 hours instead of playing games. Spend 8 hours daily to learn English maybe, okay? Then you'll be surprised to see your SPM result, okay? And then next one, okay. Number 30. Teenager felt relief when he realized that learning Bahasa Melayu was not a difficult task. He found that he could speak fluently at the end of his experience. There is still a lot for me to learn, but I am happy. I wanted to see if I could speak well, and I could. So I purposely underlined this, I. Because in this choice, if we see the only one with using I is A. Okay. Here B, he uses he. This one he. This one you. So totally different. So the best choice is I. Sorry, A. Okay. I focused on common words and phrases used daily. All right. 31. Clue here is noted. He noted those in every language he has learned. When asked what his favorite Bahasa Melayu word was, he replied, bersungguh-sungguh. It means diligently. Now, the clue here is acknowledged, okay, that there are words that are more powerful than others. To him, his powerful word is bersungguh-sungguh. So, acknowledge again is similar to noted. Sometimes this clue is very simple. So that's why it's very important for you to be very, very alert with all the clues used. Okay, so the answer here is H. And last one, Bahasa Melayu is considered one of the easier languages to learn compared with others. One of the reasons is there are no tenses unlike the English language. Clue here is easier languages, okay, easier. Now we only have choice of E, F, and B. So you can see this one has no clue related to easier language. This one as well. This is more to culture, appreciating culture. And this is the best because you can see not complicated is the same meaning as easier. Easy. Yeah? Structure and rules of the language are not complicated either. So the best option for this is E. Okay. Like I highlighted earlier on, you have to see the clues used before and after the blanks. All right. Like here, you can see the clue is after blank. This is before blank. This is after, and so on. So B and F are the options that are not related. Okay. Next, we go to the last part, that is matching and information transfer. Okay. Okay. For this, you have to read the text and understand all the 6 texts. Then, from questions 33 to 36, you have to read the statements, focusing on the specific descriptions highlighted. All right. Next question, the same question, 33 to 36. Write your answers in alphabetical form only. Do not write name or place or whatever words used in the table for you to write in the answer. That is wrong. If you write apart from what is required, your answer is wrong. Okay, it is not accepted. Now, question 37 to 40, use the clues in the questions to identify answers from the text and write one word answer only and write clearly. Now, let's look at the question here. Okay. We interviewed 6 people about what they thought about sports. Now, you can see text here is about people and sports. You can see name, age. You can also see alphabets used to represent the student, the people. Okay, so don't get confused. Now, which paragraph A to F describes the following opinions about sports? Now, question here asks for paragraph. So you have to write either A, B, C, D, E, or F here. This happened to my students. They gave me, instead of writing A, B, C, D, they wrote names. So too bad, in real SPM, this is not accepted. So please keep in mind, okay? I like to be encouraged and I enjoy the company. So you can see I've underlined for you using the same color. So encourage here is the same meaning as hard to feel motivated, okay? Or cheer you on. Enjoy the company. My friend and brother agrees to go with me. So the company, his company, Devon's company is the friend or the brother. So the answer here is B. Okay. I feel proud and my body is fit. So this is the clue. Proud, body is fit. So you can see here, body fit, keep in shape. They bring the same meaning. Okay. Proud is the same meaning as sense of positive achievement. All right. So clearly, E is the answer. As for 35, I find team sports beneficial to my personal growth. So team sports, here team is used. Another one is teammates. All right. Most importantly, you can see the word team. You cannot really see, you can't find the word team in other option here. So the only one is F. And then beneficial to my personal growth. Personal growth is the same meaning as learn good communication with others. Right? All right. By having you learn your own communication with others, you are actually developing your confidence personally. All right. So the best option here is F. And last one, I am new and prefer something straightforward. Okay, new here. The clue here is beginner. Okay, when you're a new in a game, you are a beginner. Okay, straightforward means easy to learn. Okay, no difficult steps or actions. So clearly, A is the answer. I hope you're with me. If there's any question, you can ask after this session. After I finish reading and speaking sessions, yeah. Okay, next one. This is question 37 to 40. Now complete the notes below using information from the text. If you see this instruction, no more than one word means your answer must be in one word. Let's say if you see choose no more than 2 words means you can write minimum 1, maximum 2 words. If the instruction here says no more than 2 words. But as far as I'm concerned, when I look at a lot of reference books, sample questions that I've seen, instruction usually use this, no more than 1 word. All right. Now for 37, doing sports in a specifically built for them ensures the safety of the people. So you can see the clue here, built for them. So it's a facility. Safety, again, here, safety. All right. So the answer here is facility. Doing sports in a facility specifically built for them. All right. So try to see which word is suitable, okay, for you to use in your answer. Next, athletes can learn a lot from who have trained others before. Okay, I've underlined here, train others. So you can see here, who train others? Coaches. Okay, on skill, coaches usually have skills and experience that they have gained through the years. So the clue here is coaches. All right, so athletes can learn a lot from coaches. Next, people who do not play a sport well in the beginning, okay, the clue here is beginning, should not fail because practice will help them to improve. So here we are referring to this, husna. So beginner, beginning. This is the clue. Huh? So the answer here is discourage. Now, sometimes you are allowed to change the spelling according to the tenses required. Okay. Why there is no D here? Can anyone answer? Do you notice why? If you notice in the in the grammar part that I've explained earlier, remember modal verbs? Yeah, should is one of the model. So after should, the verb followed must be a root word. Yes, an original verb. So that's why D is cancelled here. Although you can see D in the text here. Okay. Now, maybe some of you ask, why is there a D here? But there is a may here. May is also a modal verb. Because after may is get. Get is a verb. So get here is original, not this one. Okay. This is no more a verb. This is an adjective describing this, describing the verb. I may get discouraged. Okay. So that's why get here is a root word. All right. But when you change discouraged into a verb like this, should not feel discouraged. Yeah. So I'm sorry. This one should be with D. Sorry. I didn't realize this. Should not feel. This is a verb, original verb. So this one should be with a D. I'm very sorry, class. Sorry, I missed out this. Okay. Next one. Before using any for sports, everyone should follow safety guidelines so that they do not injure themselves. Okay, they do not injure themselves. Answer here is equipment. Here you can see the clue, follow safety guidelines. Here, use it correctly, follow the guidelines correctly. Yeah? So before using using equipment. Okay, so this is the clue. All right, so be very alert with all the clues. I'm very sorry again about the grammar mistake. It's my bad. I did not realize this. Okay, so this answer should be discouraged with a D, right? Okay, this is the end of reading paper. Okay, I will continue on with speaking. Give me a minute, yeah. Speaking. Yes. You see my speaking slide?
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet, madam.
Okay, hold on, yeah. Give me 1 second, yeah. I have a drink. My throat is very dry.
Okay, madam. Sure, no problem.
Okay. All right, next we will continue with speaking. All right, we have about 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes for this slide, yeah? Okay. Now, speaking is your paper 3. You have 13 minutes. So 13 minutes maybe to you sounds quite long, but actually it's not long. Huh? So the weightage for this paper is 25% from overall mark that you will get. Huh? So the intended CFR level for this is B1 and B2. Later I will explain what level this is, okay? What kind of level that you should have in order for you to score this, B1 or B2. Now, part 1, you have interview, okay? You will see, they will ask you general questions. For phase 1, very simple question, don't worry, I'm sure everyone can answer this, okay? Phase 2, you have some questions about your daily routine, okay? So, roughly about something that you know, so don't worry so much for part 1. For part 2, okay, before I continue, you will be given a partner, so you will be in pair. But this one, part 1 and part 2 will be asked individually. All right. So for part 2, you have 3 to 4 minutes, and the question is usually based on one of the chapter in your textbooks. Again, like I said in your reading paper, from the 12 chapters, it's very important for you to do revision, especially from the vocabulary part. All right, try to choose and select 3 to 4 vocabulary that are new to you. Find the definition and try to write simple sentences out of those vocabulary. Okay, so for this one, candidate A will take task A. All right, you have this. I will explain further in the next slide. Huh? All right, you have all this to take note. And then part 3, there will be a discussion. This one will be given, you will have 4 to 5 minutes to complete this. Again, the question is taken from a chapter from your textbook. All right. Now, these are the criteria that they will look at. For your overall spoken performance, you should understand the questions, instructions given to you. You can ask and you can respond to questions and suggestions easily. Yeah? You can maintain and develop interaction. Okay, means you shouldn't have too many hesitation like okay, or you just keep quiet. Actually, that is not if possible. Don't do that. All right, because if you don't say anything, you will not get any marks. And then you can provide extended relevant stretches of language. All right, means your language is good, okay, related to the topic discussed. And then you can give basic information on familiar topics, very basic information. All right. Those who are very, very weak, so maybe you need prompting, very little prompting. Prompting means the teacher helps you or your partner helps you so that you say something. All right. Now, in terms of grammar, actually I write this one according to B1 from down here to B2. You should be able to maintain a high degree of grammatical accuracy, means you can communicate with reasonable accuracy, very little grammar mistake. Okay, you have good command of control of your grammatical structures, means you are able to switch your tenses, maybe from present to past, or you are able to use continuous, perfect tense correctly, for example. Okay, and then you can form longer sentences, and then you use link, or you use basic cohesive devices. Cohesive devices here, I always tell my students, this cohesive devices is like your sellotape. Okay, you want to paste one idea here to another idea, you use that sellotape. Actually, the sellotape is, if you know, fanboys are the most familiar cohesive devices. F is for, A, N is no, B is but or because, or is or, Y is yet, S is so. So you can ask your teachers. I'm sure your teachers will usually tell you this. Okay. Vocabulary. Now, if you are able to use a wide range of appropriate vocabulary, means that is good. That's why I always remind you to look at the vocabulary in your textbook. You are able to convey specific differences. You can see the difference between, for example, in part 1, you are talking about culture. And then in the next part, the last discussion part, you are talking about science and technology. So you are able to use different vocabulary to explain your ideas. Okay, so use appropriate vocabulary to talk about different situation. Communicative competence means you are able to express yourself spontaneously, clearly, without any hesitation. All right. You can initiate, means you can start, and then, sorry, this one is typing error. It should be maintain. Okay. You develop or close a conversation confidently, and then you can relate contributions to your partner and negotiate outcome from your discussion. And then you can ask for clarification to move a discussion forward. So what I told my students, okay, let's say you have a partner who is rather weak, okay, so you are able to help your partner by asking simple questions like, what do you think? All right, so something like that. Okay, so this is the difference between B1 and B2. For B1, you can understand simple ideas, simple points that you encounter in your work, in school, during leisure, with your friends and families. You can deal with situations like, for example, when you go travel, when you go to an area, and you are able to convey, to use the language. Okay. For example, where is the toilet? That is very simple. Okay. You can produce simple connected texts, right, which are familiar to your personal interests. You can describe your experience easily. For example, when you celebrate birthday, what do you do? Who attended the birthday celebration, and so on. All right. As for B2, it's almost similar, but it's just a level higher. Okay, you can understand the ideas of a complex text. Okay, so you use maybe more technical words to explain your ideas. You can interact fluently, spontaneously, without a lot of hesitation. You are able to interact with native speakers. Native speakers means those who use English as their first language. Okay. You can produce clear and detailed texts or ideas or viewpoints on a certain topic. Okay, so that is a B2 level. Now, how to improve speaking? Okay, I would like to acknowledge the speakers from webinar JPN Sarawak who shared this one, some ideas. So I've put in some of my own idea as well. Okay, now how to find a good point, okay, for you to talk, for you to interact, for you to respond to the question. Try to relate to your personal experience. If you have no personal experience regarding the topic, try to create one, all right? But as long as it is logic, all right? For example, the question is on a wedding celebration. Let's say you have never attended any wedding celebration. So of course you have no idea, but maybe you have watched a wedding celebration in television. So at least you have the idea of what happened during a wedding celebration. So that's when the vocabulary comes in. So you have to be very alert. Okay. So to elaborate, try to use the WH question, and of course with good vocabulary. Try to, if possible, use little hesitation. All right. If you happen to go blank, for example, just keep talking. All right. Don't waste time because you don't have a lot of time given. You only have 1 minute. The most is 2 minutes for your part 3. All right. Reduce hesitation and then avoid translation or avoid using mother tongue. Okay. Slang, no problem. Slang or accent, try to reduce. But if you have strong accent of dialect, for example, don't worry, as long as you speak English, all right? Because marks are given based on the English words that you say. For examples, okay, you can share simple examples, use simple or complex sentences to explain your examples using connectors, okay, to link your ideas. And then lastly, you sum up the whole idea. Try to relate to the general knowledge, or you can sum it up with it using a saying, okay, or idioms or proverbs. Okay, this is actually to make it catchy, all right? Okay, this is part 1. You are given 3 to 4 minutes for part 1. So that's why I say it's very simple. They will ask you questions like this. What's your name? I'm sure you can answer this. And then candidate B, again, the same question, and what's your name? Okay, after that, interlocutor or the teacher that is sitting in front of you will ask, where do you live or where do you come from? So you can train with your teachers, especially those weak ones, how to answer these simple questions. And how do you come to school? Okay, so although this sounds simple, but your answer must be correct. Don't say, I come to school by fly. Of course, that is not logic and grammatically wrong as well. Okay, so train with your teacher how to answer these simple questions. At least you can score from here. Okay, next one, still in part 1, this is phase 2 questions. So interlocutor will ask you, now I'm going to ask you about your daily routine. This is example of the question. So interlocutor may ask you, what do you normally do after you wake up, okay, in the morning? So you briefly explain what do you normally do. You can explain in detail, up to you. You can explain that you wash your face, you brush your teeth, and then you take your shower, you have your breakfast with your family. Remember, this speaking paper, the most important thing is teacher or interlocutor wants to see you speak or say something. All right. Now, how do you spend your leisure time? What do you do during your free time? Okay. And then what do you do on weekends? Remember, if question asked on weekends means it's referring to your Saturday, Sunday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay. For part 2 in speaking, you will see this kind of question. Okay, you have 3 to 4 minutes for the whole part of part 2. So candidate A will be given, for example, one task, that is task A, like this. Okay, you have 20 seconds to prepare. After 20 seconds, the interlocutor will ask you a question, and then you have to stop talking for 1 minute. Okay, now Candidate B, you have to listen. Although you don't have the same task, but you have to listen because after your friend says his or her ideas, you will be asked about the same question, but a random question, not the same question. So you have 20 seconds to respond. All right. So for candidate A, you have to answer every question. What festival is it? It was a festival that you had celebrated. It's not a birthday, because birthday is not a festival. Festival means perayaan. Okay, so I think the best is like maybe Gawai, Christmas, Hari Raya, or Chinese New Year, or Deepavali. Okay, how do you celebrated it? Okay, if you enjoyed yourself, whether you enjoy, why and why not. All right. And then why celebrating festivals is important in Malaysia. Now, the last question is usually very general. All right. Next one. For example, candidate B will get this. Same procedure. You have to prepare for 20 seconds how to answer all this. All right. You are not given a paper or pen. You have to think of what you have to say. So after that, you will talk for 1 minute. And then candidate A, again, you have to listen attentively to what your friend said about this, all right? And then you have to answer to the questions asked by the interlocutor, a general question regarding a memorable holiday, okay? Now, this is part 3. For part 3, you are given 4 to 5 minutes. Now, the question taken for your speaking is again from your any chapters from your textbook. So this one is from chapter 9, Getting Away. If you have done your homework by identifying some vocabulary from this chapter, so it's very easy for you to answer this. Okay. Now, a booklet of this question will be placed in front of you, both candidates. You have 20 seconds to prepare. For part 1, you have 2 minutes. Okay, to talk about this. Usually question will be on why, all right? For example, reasons why people visit Malaysia. Okay, why do people visit Malaysia? So you and your partner will discuss with each other. So you can decide whether you take candidate A takes 3 points, another candidate will take 3 points. Okay. For part 2, you are given 1 minute to decide your best decision. So this is the example of the question. Decide together which is the most popular reason for people to visit Malaysia. So from this 6, you choose the best, all right? And for part 3, you are given 2 minutes to give your opinion. So both candidates have to give their personal opinion. For example, in what ways does traveling open up one's mind? So each candidate has to say something. Okay, let's say you exceed the time. Interlocutor may put up the hand and stop you in a nice way. All right, maybe interlocutor will say thank you. Okay, so you have to stop. All right. Now here are some cohesive devices that you can use. Okay, actually you can go back again to this YouTube link. Maybe you want to copy this down later, or maybe these are not very clear to you, especially those who are in the day one, in the school hall. All right, these are just some ideas for you to use. You don't have to memorize all. Maybe you just get 1 or 2 from each cohesive devices here. How do you want to add some ideas? How do you want to sequence your ideas? Okay, how do you want to illustrate your idea, compare and qualify your idea? All right, so these are also examples of when you want to have a contrast idea, you use this. Okay, when you have cause and effect, okay, cause and effect, you use this. When you want to summarize your idea, these are examples of devices that you can use. Okay, overall, generally, when you want to emphasize one particular idea, you use any of this. All right. Now, when you express your opinion, okay, I repeat, you don't have to remember all this, but try to use one or two, okay, so that interlocutor knows that you are expressing your opinion. So these ones are important in part 3, all right, because you are giving your opinion, all right. By using all these expressions, you're actually showing that you are able to interact in the right context, all right. So this is your personal opinion. This is what you use to start your speech, your idea, all right. Okay. Now, when you express result or effect, you can use this. As a result, this is common. Try to use something that is not common, like consequently, or it implies, right? For example, here, he missed the early train. As a result, he was too late for the interview, for the job interview, all right? Next one, how do you express agreement when you agree? So you can use these examples. I have come to the same conclusion. So when you use this kind of expression, it shows that your level is great, your level is good. Okay. If you express partial agreement, means you partly agree with your partner's idea, so you can use this. I see what you mean, but then you say your own idea, all right? This one, if you express total disagreement, okay, you totally disagree with your friend's idea, so try to use this. That might be true, but I beg to differ. I don't agree with you on that, okay? So take down one or two which you find interesting and try to practice using that in your speech. Okay, these are also character traits that you can use, positive traits, negative traits for you to describe. Now, this one is very important in part 2 because even any part actually, part 1, 2, and 3, because you can use all this. For example, if you are asked about how do you feel when you attend a birthday celebration, so maybe you can use one or two of the character traits here in your answers, but please find good ones. Don't use words that are not very suitable, all right? And here are some words that you can use to describe beauty, because of course we are teaching you to be more positive minded, all right? So when you are describing something beautiful, scenery maybe, or feeling, okay, so you can use all this: astonishing instead of just beautiful, wonderful. So here are some synonym or impressive, beautiful words. Okay, same goes to feelings. If you strongly agree with something, you can use this. Okay, if you are sad, you can use these choices. All right, instead of using the word sad only, or instead of using the word confused, you can use this: I'm very uncertain, or I'm very doubtful. Okay, or I feel I'm hesitant to whatever. Or happy. If you're talking about happy, I'm amused, I'm so delighted, all right? So, and so on, all right? So this is the end of my speaking slides. So I hope you have gained something from the sharing on reading and speaking.
Okay.
Yeah. We can
Okay,
continue
thank
later.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam Grace. Okay, I hope all of the students jot down the important notes and tips. Okay, so before we go for our break, we have 2 questions from the student. So let me read it out for you. Okay, question 1 from Muhammad Shahirul Fazrin, SMK Bandar Bintulu. For paper 2, speaking, part 3, He said, can we use sentence connectors? That one is question 1.
In what context? Use sentence connectors for which part?
Part 3 for paper 3 speaking.
Okay. Sentence connectors. Of course, when you give your opinion, okay, sentence connectors, yes, you can use all that, because when you want to link your ideas, you are encouraged to use all this, like the cohesive devices, sentence connectors, okay, all the connectors that are suitable for you to link your ideas. Okay, like I explained earlier on, I always told my students the connectors, the cohesive devices is just like a sellotape. Okay, you want to link one idea to another idea, you use the sellotape. So the sellotape is actually your connectors, your cohesive devices. Okay, so you can actually.
Okay, thank you.
As long as you don't exceed the time, because you only have 2 minutes.
Okay, so next question from Dania Shahida from SMK Muka. She asked for paper 3 speaking part 3. If we can't hear them clearly, can I ask them to repeat?
Yes.
It's from Dania.
Yes, you can. You can ask the interlocutor. Let's say you don't understand the question, you may ask the interlocutor to repeat the question. But the interlocutor will not use the same question again. They will simplify the question for you. Okay, they will simplify it for you. So don't worry.
Okay, thank you, madam. So we are going to we are going to have 10-minute breaks. Okay, please come back at 10:52, I think, and then to continue with session 2 for paper 2, writing, and paper 4, listening.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I think okay, our break time is over. Hi everyone. Okay, welcome back to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe the channel for more info. Okay, so everyone, let's continue with our second session for today, paper 2 writing and paper 4 listening. Okay, Madam Grace, shall we?
All right, okay. Hold on now. Why is not my slide not coming out? Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, Madam, it's out.
Okay, all right. Okay, now we will continue with writing. Yeah. Okay, for writing, we have 3 parts. Part 1 is short communicative message, which is the email writing. You have 1 question here, no choice, you have to answer. Okay, and you're given 20 marks for this part 1. For part 2, you have guided writing. Again, you have 1 question. Okay, the level is getting higher and higher. Okay, and for part 3, you have extended writing, where you have 3 questions, but you answer 1 only. All right. Now, the assessment criteria for writing, there are 4 four criteria here. First is the content. You are given 5 marks here. The content here means you have the ability to address the content element appropriately. For example, I'm giving you 1 simple example. If you are asked to write an email, so you have to use the appropriate content element. Okay, means you have to have the email address, and then how you do your opening line. Okay, how do you close your line, how do you have your closing line, and the way you address your friend or the person who is receiving your email. Okay, that's a simple example. Second is content achievement. Also 5 marks here, means the ability to use appropriate register, conventions of communicative tasks and clear ideas. Means the vocabulary that you use to convey your ideas is correct, is suitable. All right. And then your organization, you have the ability to link ideas coherently. Again, you use proper linking words, you use proper cohesive devices to link one idea after another, or when you want to combine, when you want to write complex sentences, you use proper linking words. Okay, and last is the language. Okay, this is where your vocabulary and grammar come in. So you have to, in order to score full mark, you have to have very good ability to use accurate vocabulary and grammar. Okay, in part 1, you will see you will have to write a short response of about 80 words. Now, this is just a sharing when I joined the webinar from the JPN Sarawak the other day. Some students, they ask questions. Can they exceed the words, or can they write less than 80 words? So the answer is yes, but if you write less than 80 words, it's very difficult for the marker to get your ideas, okay, because you have limited ideas in your answer. If you exceed 80 words, they will not deduct your marks, but you will spend more time writing your answer for part 1, whereby the most important one is in part 2 and also part 3. Because part 1 is very easy, very simple. It's an informal exchange between friends. So try not to spend too much time here, because this is the intended level. The intended CEFR level here is only A2, means you should be able to produce simple and easily understood text. Okay. And how many paragraphs can you write? It can be 1 or 2. Okay. Don't write too many paragraphs, again, because you only have about 80 words to write. All right. So suggested time here is 15 minutes. Don't spend too much time for your part 1. Now, here are some writing tips for you. Okay. Now, first, you analyze the question. All right. You must understand the task, what you have to write. Okay. By knowing what to write, then you will be able to plan. All right. Then you read the question repeatedly, underline, circle, or highlight whatever task that you can identify from the question. Okay. And then you must know what to respond to. And then start planning your paragraph, your content, your format, and your language. Right? Now, these are some simple tips that I always use with my students. So let's say you're not sure what to write. So ask yourself, what is the writer trying to convey to you? What is the writer trying to tell you or trying to ask you? Maybe your friend is asking for some ideas, some advice, okay, some tips. So those are the things that you have to underline or highlight. And then the best way to elaborate your points by putting in examples. Okay, some students, they just, for example, if you have a question like this, where should we go this weekend? And then you just answer, we can go to the zoo. That's it. But if only you can elaborate further, what can you see in the zoo? What can you do in the zoo? So put in some simple examples, and actually you are elaborating your points. Okay. Another tip is, since you're writing email, so stay informal. For your opening line, like, hi, Ali, okay? So that is informal way to start your email. So closing line, a very normal closing line is like, take care, see you soon, all right? So those shows that you are writing an informal email writing, all right? So this is example of how you analyze a task. You receive an email from your new friend, Amy, who has just moved to your hometown. So the recipient of your email will be Amy. Hi, the school holiday is finally here. So if you see the exclamation mark here, okay, this shows that this is informal, all right? Let's go for a picnic with our friends. Where shall we go? And what can we do there? What should we bring? So quickly underline what you have to do. So the task here, the main task here is your friend Amy is inviting you and your friends, inviting you to go for a picnic with friends. Okay. Now there are 3 questions. First, where shall you go? What can you do there? And what should you bring? So you have to explain on these 3 questions. But sometimes you can see there is only one question in the email. Means you have, if you happen to get 1 questions, it's the same thing. You have to give 3 ideas, 3 contents to answer that one particular questions. Why is it 1? Probably because the question is very general. So you have to narrow down into 3 specific areas to answer that one question. Okay. So the instruction here is you have to write an email to your friend in about 80 words. So this is the example of your answer, your email layout. First, you have to write email address. This is very important. Don't just write the name without this at Gmail or at yahoo.com. I always remind my kids, my students, the simplest one is just use gmail.com or yahoo.com. Okay, don't write funny email address. All right, the simple one is just write the name, or maybe you want to put 1, 2, 3 there. You can do so. All right. Now the subject here is actually what activity or what you are doing. Okay, so since this is a picnic, so the event here is picnic, or activity is picnic, so you can just write picnic. Okay, now greeting. Okay, you can simply use hi or dear or hello, Emmy. All right. Next is your opening line. Use the appropriate tone since this is an email to a friend. So you can use something like this. I'm so glad that you're inviting me to a picnic since I've got nothing to do for the holidays. So you explain a little bit further about your feeling, all right? Now, contents here, the contents that you're supposed to answer, the 3 questions just now. Try to use friendly tone, try to put in cohesive devices, and then use relevant vocabulary, use proper grammar and correct tenses. You will be able to score very easily for you to score full mark if you follow all this criteria, all this information. All right. Okay, so closing line, again, use appropriate tone. This is very common. See you real soon, or take care, or can't wait to see you, something like that. All right. So try to write a few choices of opening line and closing line as your revision. All right, so that you won't take time. You will not take time to start writing your email and to close your email. All right, and then last, you can use this, regards, write your name. You don't have to sign, just write. All right. Okay, I've done some revision myself, and I've listed down some common questions that you might see. So I noticed that for the email writing, for part 1, they normally ask for regarding this kind of question, seeking for advice, either on study tips or how to save money or how to keep fit, all right, or making new friends since you are moving to a new neighborhood, or you move to a new school or a new city. All right, so your friend is asking you to maybe give some ideas on how to make new friends when you are in a new neighborhood, for example, or how to spend free time, or what kind of activity that you can do with friends. All right, okay, what type of gifts you should buy, or what to do, where to celebrate, or the type of celebration. For example, if it's a birthday, okay, so maybe the question is, what should you buy for mother, where to buy, and what is your budget, okay, something like that. Or favorite sport, what kind of sport do you like? So this WH is actually helping you to elaborate your point. Okay, why do you choose that sport, and then where do you normally play, when do you normally play, with whom do you normally play football with, for example. Or another one, this is quite tough, right career choice. Okay, this is what I mean just now. Maybe you have a question, one question regarding this kind of topic, this area. So what is the right career choice for you? So when you explain this, use the WH question. Why do you choose this? For example, if you think you want to become a teacher one day, why? Okay, who inspire you maybe? All right, and then what do you think, or what is your hope? All right, volunteering activities, whether it's at home, okay, helping your parents to clean the house, or NGO. Maybe you do some cleaning activity in your neighborhood, alright, or in a garden, in school, helping your teachers, okay, in the universities, helping your lecturers, your friends to beautify a garden, for example, or at the workplace, you clean your office area, all right. So these are basically areas that you need to focus on, okay. Now for part two is guided writing. It takes about 80 words. Actually, I've a typo. It's a typing error here. It's not 80 words. It's actually 120 to 125 words. Okay, I'm very sorry. I overlook at this one because I copy paste from my first slide. Okay, I'm sorry. It's about 120 to 125 words. So, sorry, 125 to 150 words. Okay, 125 to 150 words. For this one, I normally remind my students, if you want to write a good essay, try to write 4 to 5 paragraphs. So I usually use draw oral lidi. So that's why I purposely take this picture. You have to have this introduction, which is the head, okay, and then you have to have the content 1 plus elaboration, content 2 elaboration, content 3 elaboration, which is also like the body, okay, the body of your essay. And the last part is your conclusion, okay. Now, this is more to a formal writing and suggested time is 20 minutes, right? So you have to really budget your time properly here, okay, manage your time well here. And for intended CEFR level here is B1, all right? Minimum B1 means you are able to produce well-connected text. Okay, this is a sample of question. Okay, you must answer this question, no choice. This is the correct word number of words. Write your answer in 125 to 150 words in an appropriate style. Okay, typo, sorry. Your class has been discussing ambitions and your teacher has asked you to write an essay about an occupation you would like to explore in the future. All right, so the key words here is this one, discussing ambitions. Okay, so underline this. Now, remember the vocabulary that you find in chapter 8, hard day's work. So you can basically use some vocabulary from here, this chapter, in your writing, okay, relating to ambition. And your task here is to find an occupation, okay, for your future, okay. So in your essay, you should write about what occupation you would like to explore, means what do you want to become one day, and then why do you choose? So those are your reasons, okay, and the impact of the profession on society, the impact of, let's say you want to become a teacher, so the impact of being a teacher to the society. Now, when you elaborate this, each content, as I said earlier on, for you to elaborate easily, put in examples, okay. So another thing that you have to keep in mind is this last part. Write your essay using all the notes and giving reasons for your point of view. I normally remind my students, how do you write your conclusion? I always use this technique, HOW. It's either your hope, you write your hope in your conclusion, or you write your opinion, or your wish, okay? If you notice, when people give speech, towards the end of their speech, they will always say, I hope that, you see, the hope is there. Or they give some opinion, or they give some view, or their wish. So that's the best way for you to write your conclusion. Okay, this is a sample of the answer for that question earlier on. Okay, what is the occupation? Now let's look at the answer. I've always had my heart set on becoming a surgeon. So the occupation here is a surgeon. So brief definition, this is the introduction. What is a surgeon? If you can define briefly what a surgeon is, so that is very good enough. It also shows that the vocabulary that you are familiar with. All right. A surgeon is a medical doctor who specializes in treatment through operations. Takes years of tough training to become qualified surgeon. Nevertheless, again, see, this is cohesive devices. One of the cohesive devices that you can use to make your sentence look beautiful and related, okay, and connected. Sorry, I am determined. So try to use a suitable adjective to describe your idea. All right. If you just say it takes years of training, it sounds very normal. If you put in the word tough, it takes years of tough training. So you can imagine how tough the train is to become a surgeon, a qualified surgeon. All right. Now these are the reasons. Okay. So you put in your content plus elaboration. You explore the job, the fascinating thing about it, and the impact. Okay. Firstly, I find human body fascinating. Each tissue, this is the elaboration. Each tissue, organ, and system is vital to ensure that the person is functioning optimally. Adjective, and surgeons do the work of restoring these parts in the event of damage. Right. So second part is the impact. To illustrate, again, this is cohesive device. Okay. To illustrate the impact of surgeons on society, then you get one example. Since we are very, very close to this COVID pandemic situation, so you should be familiar with those hero that we can see, all right? For example, like this, Dr. Noor Hisham Abdullah. If you can put one example of a prominent leader, example of anyone, okay, it will be very good already. It shows that the level of your general knowledge, you are alert of what is happening around you, okay? As a prime example, okay, again, adjective, strong one, of a surgeon who is handling a national health crisis. Besides carrying out operations, surgeons also make a positive impact on their patient's life through their kindness during consultations. Okay, these are extra elaboration. Now, opinion. In conclusion, this is a common cohesive device that you can use when you want to end your essay. Yeah? My ambition is driven by both my personal interests as well as the contributions it makes to society. Therefore, again, common one, I vouch to fulfill this career aspiration. This is the writer's hope. Okay, or it can also be the opinion. It can also be the wish. All right. So this is a very simple answer to the question. So this is around 156 words. Okay, you may ask any question after this session, yeah. Okay, for part 3, okay, you are given 3 choices, 3 questions, but you only have to choose one. Normally, the questions are on report or article, review, or story. All right. And here again, you have to write 4 to 5 paragraphs, common ones, okay, around 200 to 250 words. Then, what kind of way do you write? Is it formal or semi-formal? It can be either one of these, depending on the question that you choose. If it's a story, then of course it's informal. Okay. If it's a report, article, or review, then it's a formal or semi-formal. Okay, depending on how you write your answer. Give a title to your story. Okay, you make your story looks catchy. All right. Of course, for report and article, you have to have a title. And normally title is given already. So you just use the title given. Don't change the title. Okay. Suggested time is 55 minutes. That's why I said just now, you don't have to spend so much time for part 1. Actually, there's a trick here. No, there's a disadvantage here. Once you receive the paper, this is psychology as well. when you receive the paper and then you see part 1, it looks very easy. So you tend to focus more time in part 1. And then when you go to part 2, you still have about half an hour left. Means you have spent 1 hour in part 1. And then once you get to part 3, you only have maybe 5 minutes left. So you're panicked. So part 3, you need more time actually. So I suggest you start with part 3 first. All right? Start with part 3 so that because usually you still have that fresh idea, you see. You compared to all the 3 parts, I think if you do revision, it's more to part 3 because it's more to questions where factual questions where you need data and so on. So spend more time, focus on part 3 first, followed by part 2, then you can end with part 1. Okay, this is just my suggestion, but if you want to start with part 1, no problem. Okay, the intended CFR level here is D2, where you are able to produce a detailed answer with wide range of subjects and good viewpoint. Okay, and this is a sample of report. Okay, as a member of a uniformed body, you recently took part in a volunteering project. So you have to define these 2 words. What kind of uniform body that, this is your choice. Either you want to join, you want to put scout here, or any uniform body that you prefer, all right? Volunteering project means a project that you and your team volunteer to do. So if you list down vocabulary from chapter 12, which is happy to help, it'll be very easy for you to write this answer, okay? Now, write about the aim of the project now. Pay attention to the word used in the question. Aim, not aims. So write only one. And then activities, the most maybe you can put is 2 or 3, all right? Okay, and then plans for the future. Again, you can put 2 or 3 plans plus why, elaboration. Remember, the best, just now I said the best way to elaborate is put examples. But if you can put in the hot skill there, the kebat, so it's very good. Okay. Why do you say you choose, for example, doing the cleaning activity? So give simple reason why. Okay. Your report will be reviewed by a panel of experienced teachers. So your audience for your report here is the teachers. You will receive a certificate of participation. Okay. So this is how you write your answer. This is the title given. Okay. Homeless shelter visit. Sometimes title is given. If the title is not given, you can put your own title, but make sure it is related to your answer. All right. Now, I use colors to differentiate the sentences so that you can see which is which. So green here is actually the reasons why such project was selected. Okay. So let's look at what project is being selected. There has been a lot of news about older citizens being cast out by family members, okay, placed in homeless shelters. So this is the project, right? Now, the blue is the description of project. So brief description, usually if you want to describe a project, of course, the important things are the date, the place, and the venue. The difference between place and venue here, let's look at the answer here. Now, the uniform body here that I've chosen is Scout, okay? The Scout members have been tasked to find and help out the less fortunate. Okay, in April, which is the date, okay, if you want to put a specific date like this, 30th April, it's acceptable as well. Scouts have reached out to a homeless shelter called A Roof for All. Okay, this is the name of the shelter. Okay, in the heart of the city. You can put, this is the place, all right? The place of the shelter, and the venue is the city. You can put a name to the city, no problem. All right. And the visit was made on 30th April. purpose of this project. So make sure you write one purpose or one aim only. Don't try to just follow the instruction. Purpose of this project is to supply residents at the shelter with what they need to raise awareness among members that help is needed within a community. Okay. Next paragraph, you are already explaining the activities. Okay. First activity, okay, there was a lack of food and clothing. So activities, member ran a food raising event to get money to buy whatever was needed. So this is the elaboration. Elaboration can be earlier than the activity, just to explain. That's why, because of this, that's why we do this activity. All right. And then a further elaboration on food raising event is typing error again. This were delivered during the visit. Okay, another activity, the shelter folks lacked companionship. So, cohesive device, members also spend time talking to them and listening to their problems. So that is the activity, all right? Okay. This is the next slide. Okay. Now, future plan, which is the third part in the question just now. Are we in the next slide?
Yes, madam.
Okay. The second last paragraph. So we are talking about future plan, which is the third question in the third part in the question. So first future plan here is many of the people at the shelter are in need of medical care. So this is the elaboration to the future plan 1. That is, the scouts are planning. You see the word planning here is already showing that you are doing a future plan, okay, to talk to doctors and nurses. We would like, again, your future plan, their help to care for those who are ill. Secondly, okay, second future plan, we will also will means it's a future, you are planning, right? Talk to business owners to encourage them to hire shelter occupants. And elaboration, it is our hope that they will get jobs and be independent again. Why do you suggest to have this? Talk to business owners to encourage them to hire, okay, shelter occupants because of this, so that they can get jobs and be dependent. All right. So this is your elaboration. Elaboration can be anything as long as they are logic. Okay, describing your main idea. So conclusion here, it can be specific and also it can be general. Okay, a lot more needs to be done to help the needy. Our club vows to do as much as it can. Okay, so this is the hope, their hope. This is just the first step towards building a healthier and more caring society, more general. All right. So don't forget to write this, because you are writing a report. So it should be reported by, and then your name. You don't have to sign, just write. Make it simple. Okay. So this answer is around 252 words. Okay, next we go to sample of article. Okay, you see this notice in a health magazine. Again, so be familiar with vocabulary on health that is in chapter 3, full of sport. Okay, so this is the title given. So use this title, how to stay fit and healthy. Now, what types of food are good for us? This is very important. If you happen to choose this, so you must be familiar with type of food that are good for our body. Okay, you can list about 2 to 3 types, and then why do you choose such food? All right. How should we keep active? So if you always watch sports on TV, maybe you are familiar. All right. How should we keep active? So you can list down a few activity of a few sports that you always see, 2 to 3 types, and then why. Okay, for example, how should we keep active? For example, you may say you can play badminton with your friends, or football or futsal, okay, and then explain further by highlighting the keeping active part. Okay, how much sleep should we get? Make sure you know the correct hours. 7 to 8 hours is the best. Okay, and then give reason why. So you have to read on this. If you look in your chapter 3, there are some information on this healthy food, okay, good sports that can maintain good health. Okay, so read more on this. So conclusion, again, you can put your hope or your opinion or your wish. You want to make it even better, put in one saying. So try to do extra revision. You can go to Google, you can type famous sayings. So you will see a lot of lists from Google. Actually, my last year students from the good class, they have this. They print out list of sayings, idioms, proverbs, and they paste them in the classroom. So they see that every day, and basically they are memorizing automatically, unconsciously. They are memorizing those sayings, the idioms, the proverbs, and they use them in the essay, which is good. Okay, but make sure the sayings or the idioms or the proverbs are related to what you are talking about. Okay, this is sample of article. Okay, this is the title given just now, and since this is an article, so it should be written by and then your name. Okay, so first paragraph is usually description, brief one. Remember, you only have to write about 200 to 250 words. We have to keep fit and healthy. Okay, so the ones in purple are the vocabulary, the spelling that you have to be alert with. Okay, especially like this, our diet, which include carbohydrates. So spell them correctly. Yeah, vitamins, minerals, protein, and dairy products. All right. Okay. So in the introduction, it can be very simple, but narrowing down to your idea. So it is not that difficult to be fit and healthy. We just need to make some healthy choices. So go direct to your point. First is this balanced diet, and then give example. First and foremost, this is very important to show that you are starting to give your first and the most important idea. It is important that we eat balanced diet. Diet must consist of carbohydrates, vitamins, minerals, proteins, and dairy. We can eat food that has fat, oil, salt, and sugar. However, these foods must only be taken in small amounts. We must also drink 8 glasses of water daily. Right? So make sure you know all this. These are general knowledge. Second point is keeping fit. Keeping active too will help us to be fit and healthy. You see, keeping active, keep fit, keep healthy, they are similar. They carry same meaning. So try to use different choices of words so that they look nicer. Okay, we must exercise for at least an hour daily. Okay, be it going to the gym, playing a sport, or something as simple as brisk walking. This is also good vocabulary. For best result, try to include rigorous intensity physical activity at least 3 days a week. So this is a high level of vocabulary. If you can put in this kind of words, it's very clear enough. All right. Okay, enough sleep. Why? So this explains here. Getting enough sleep is very important. We need at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep. When we sleep well, it powers our mind. So you explain here, why do you have to get enough sleep? And restores as well as strengthens every system in the body. Therefore, okay, you sum up again your idea by using a suitable cohesive device. Therefore, we should cut down on our screen time and go to bed early. I hope you know what is screen time. Looking at your phone, right? And last one is the conclusion. In conclusion, if we eat right, exercise, and get enough sleep, we will most definitely be fit and healthy. Okay, this specific, and then this is rather general. Although living healthy can be difficult at first, if we keep at it, we will be able to do it. So this is general idea of why we should stay healthy. All right. Basically, if you want to have a good idea to write, first you have to have good vocabulary. Second, you have to have good general knowledge. By having good general knowledge, it will be very easy for you to elaborate, okay, and put examples in your elaboration. Okay, next one. We will go to review, sample review. Okay, you see this online post by a Skillshare group. All right, so this is the this is what you have to write. Have you taken any classes to learn a new skill? Tell us about it. Okay, tell us what you enjoyed about the classes. What you enjoyed means this has happened. Would you recommend the classes to your friends and family? Give your reasons. So these are the questions they have to answer. Have you taken any classes? And then what you enjoyed? Would you recommend the classes to your friends and family? So since title is not given, so you can find one suitable title related to skill or classes that you have taken. All right. So this is example of the title, Madeline's private cooking course. All right. So straight away answer in the first paragraph, the choice of the classes that you have selected and the skill with the reason why. Okay. Not wanting to waste my precious, again, vocabulary, good one, my precious time binge watching Korean drama all day during my break. I decided to sign up for Madeline's private cooking course. It was my effort to learn a new useful skill. Okay. Since I was also getting concerned about my unhealthy eating habits, I wanted to learn how to prepare my own healthy meals. Now, if you notice, this text is in what tense, class? Yeah, past tense. Okay, because you are sharing again the experience that you have had, right? Secondly, in second paragraph, what you enjoyed and why. Okay, classes were beyond my expectations. If you put in something like this, this is very catchy. Huh? What is it? Why is it so interesting? First is the kitchen space. Okay, the kitchen space that Miss Madeline has is well equipped and clean. Now, do you know why is used? Because this is general explanation about the kitchen, which is still like that. So that's why is used here. It's not that before it was dirty, now it's clean. So if you use is, you are still describing the kitchen as how it is. All right. Okay, I love the attention she gave to me and to other students. Because we were such a small group, she was able to help us individually throughout our 8 lessons. Okay. Next paragraph, what you enjoyed. Again, present tense is used here because you are describing Miss Madeline. She's very patient before and even now, she's still patient, right? This one, you are referring to her when she was explaining, when she was giving the class to you. So that's why you use past tense, okay? She took the time to explain various cooking techniques that anyone can master. Again, general, right? Gave tips to improve our cooking. It was a course well tailored for new cooks. If you can use this kind of vocabulary, this is good enough. Instructions are easy to follow, all right? Especially for those who seldom stepped into the kitchen. These are the reasons why you enjoyed the lesson. Now, next one, third reason why you enjoyed the lesson. I was able to cook simple dishes that I could have for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Miss Wendelin's goal is to teach newbies how to prepare local dishes with ingredients that are affordable and easily found here. This is a major plus for me. Now, the words in purple are new vocabulary, I think, for some of you. So try to use this kind of words. Newbies means people who are new in that area, all right? Like the person in this essay. She's very new to cooking, so that's why she and the friends are called newbies. All right. Last one. Remember the last part is recommendations. Okay. I highly recommend anyone who wants to learn meal prepping and cooking to join Madeline's private cooking course. So this is your suggestion. Why? Not only will you learn a useful life skill, you will also get to bring home the tasty meals you cooked. Okay, so basically, if you notice my suggestions in every essay, I always put why, because that is the best way to elaborate. Actually, when you answer the why question, you are actually analyzing your own point. Okay. Next one is sample of story. Okay. You see a notice about story writing competition in the school library. This is the question. Have you ever played a prank or a joke on anyone? Okay, we would like to hear about it. So you can use this as your title, or if you feel like writing your own title, it's even better. All right. So I've written one simple one, best prank of the year. Okay. So in your story, you should include why you played the prank or joke on that particular person, who was involved, and what happened. So you have 3 WH questions here that you have to answer, plus elaboration. Okay, this is the answer, best prank of the year. So this is the title. Now, why? Why do you do the prank? And this is the person who was pranked. My older sister and I share a computer. Throughout the duration of our online studies, it was difficult for us to each have enough time to use it. My sister, claiming that she had more to do than me, would always hog the use of the machine. Okay, the who here is your older sister. So the green here is answering why. The one that I highlight in green is answering why. You choose to prank your sister. And who is the one I've highlighted in the pink color. All right. So again, you have to use past tense because you are reporting back what happened. All right. Now, explain step by step what you did and what happened. And towards the end of your story, what happened after that. All right. Now, first move. One day, if you use this kind of introduction to your story, it sounds catchy. Yeah? Okay. I got really fed up when she would not let me use it for my project. I hatched a plan. Okay. So this is a very catchy vocabulary again. She takes a break. So this happens every day. That's why it is in present tense. She takes a break to make coffee every day. See, this is the clue, every day, without fail. I lurk into the kitchen. So instead of just saying I went to the kitchen, it sounds very common. So try to use interesting vocabulary. Now, when she came to make her drink, I went to the study room and quickly did something there. It was simple yet brilliant. If possible, don't reveal what the prank is, because if you reveal it early here, so the reader knows what happened. So you are they lose the surprise there. Okay, the surprise element there. Okay, next one, the climax of the story. Okay, a few minutes passed and she came to me. You can use one dialogue in your story. Yeah, don't use too many. I remember one marker reminded us, if possible, the most dialogues you can put in two, not too many, because it doesn't sound nice actually also. So try to reduce, all right, your dialogue in your story. You may use the computer now, but I think there is something wrong with it. I chuckled to myself and did my work peacefully. I repeated this trick for days. My sister asked if I experienced the same technical faultiness where the pointer did not move. No, not a thing, I responded innocently. So here is the climax of the story. This, again, it is not mentioned what happened, right? So towards the end of the story, the falling action, what she did not know was I had stuck a small piece of sticky paper to cover the laser sensor at the bottom of the mouse. Don't do this to your siblings. Huh? That was why the pointer would not move. I patted myself on the back for my brainwave. See the choice of word here. I stopped playing the prank recently because I finished the project. And that's why it's called a prank. Actually, it's for her own good, so that she'll be able to finish her project. So actually, this is an interesting prank also. So to this day, I believe this is the conclusion. My sister still has no idea of what happened to the computer when she was using it. I hope she never will. Means her hope here is the sister will never learn what happened. Otherwise, you know what will happen to them. No? Okay, a big fight. So if you can write something, an interesting story like this, which is very catchy, which is very you put surprise element there. Try to put the surprise element towards the end of your story, so that will be very interesting, and people can't wait to read your story till the end. Okay. So here are some of my writing tips that I always use with my students. Try to choose story as your first choice, but let's say the instruction is very difficult for you to understand. You can try to answer report. Actually, when I joined the webinar by the JPN, some students and teachers also ask this. It's just a simple question. Which area do you suggest? So report is actually easy compared to article. But again, it depends on the question. Okay. And also, you have to have powerful vocabulary, prepare some saying, idioms, or proverbs to strengthen, to make your ideas clearer and better. Okay. For example, if you want to describe scenery, if you put in a beautiful idiom or proverb to support that adjective of describing beautiful scenery, it will be very interesting. Okay. And last one, you have to have effective time management. Okay, like I said just now, if you feel like you have prepared well enough for part 3, you have memorized some idioms, proverbs, or some facts, data, you can start with part 3, right? So that you can spend more time here. The most is 1 hour, all right, 1 hour. And then you can focus on part 2, which is about 20 minutes, and the last part is 15 minutes. Okay, remember you only have 1 hour, 30 minutes. You will not realize time moves fast, all right? So make sure you have a watch with you. You have to have effective time management. Okay, so slides. I will continue with my listening, okay, which is the last sharing for today. Okay, is my slide clear? Can you see my slide?
Yes. Yes, madam.
All right, thank you. Okay, so for the last part, that is listening. Okay, frankly speaking, we were not really given a clear briefing on listening, but I've actually put my own effort to listen to the webinar shared by the JPN. So this is how I got some information from it and from my own reading and research as well. All right. If there's any question or any part that I miss out, please let me know. Yeah. So for listening, you are given 40 minutes. Actually, I've tried this activity with my students. Um, they find that part 3 and part 4 are quite difficult. But don't worry, all right? Don't be scared of that example. Huh? Maybe you have different example, all right? Okay. Weightage for listening is again 25%. So basically all the 4 papers, the weightage is 25% each, huh? Right? So there are 30 questions for listening. Now, the purpose of this is to test your ability to follow and to understand a range of spoken materials. You have programs, presentation, and also everyday conversations, right, in the listening recording. You will hear each recording twice, okay? You have 4 parts. This is just this is the time allocated for each part. Part 1 is around 3 to 4 minutes. If it's played twice, so roughly around this, 8 minutes. Part 2, you have 3 to 4 minutes as well. Part 3, 2 to 3 minutes. This is the shortest part in listening paper. And part 4 is the longest one, all right? So because you are given 10 sentences with 10 blanks. So this one you have to really listen attentively. Okay, I will explain to you later. Now, the recordings are more to monologues, okay, like phone messages, radio broadcasts, news, public announcements, stories, anecdotes, lectures, talks, okay. It can also be exchanged between interacting speakers, like conversation, interviews, discussions, or radio plays, all right. Now, you have to be alert with the text type, whether there are interviews in the form of interviews or informal conversations or announcements. To identify the ideas, you have to know or you have to identify the speaker's ideas, the gist used in the conversation, the detail or specific information on something that is that they are talking about. Identifying I'm going backward. Actually, don't worry, they are the same, right? Identifying feelings, you have to identify the speaker's feeling, the attitude or the purpose of in the talking, whether it is explaining, to explain, to complain. So that's why to know the speaker's feeling and attitude is very important, or to compliment, or to comment, to praise, and so on. As for identifying opinions, you must be able to identify the speaker's opinions, whether they agree or disagree on an issue. Next is the question. You have 7 multiple choice questions, and each question is estimated about half a minute. All right. Okay, this is example of part 1. I hope you have tried to do listening activity in class. Again, another way for you to practice your listening, this is what I always share with my students. You can borrow your sibling's handphone or your parents' handphone. Use your own handphone to play a song, English song from YouTube. And then for the first try, listen and try to sing along. Okay? Try to sing along. That helps in your listening skill. And second, it helps in your pronunciation. And then after you listen to the song, you play it again. Then using your sibling's handphone, try to find the lyrics to the song. All right, to check whether what you have sang, the lyrics that you have said is correct. All right, just to double check. And then you can test yourself again by not looking at the lyric. You can repeatedly do that activity, looking at the lyric and not looking at the lyric. By doing that every day, actually, it helps your listening skill. It helps you a lot. All right, you can try this. Okay. Now, I will play the recording and try to. I've also underlined the clue here for you. So try to identify the answer. Let's listen. Yeah.
Part 1, question 1.
Can you hear the audio, the recording?
Yes, madam. Very clear.
All right, so I continue on. Sorry.
You hear a boy talking about a badminton match.
Losing a match is disappointing. I go over and over about what caused it. I wonder if I hadn't trained enough. However, I had been training for a few months. I felt strong and fast enough to win. The pressure to win made it difficult for me. I had so many thoughts in my mind that I did not think about the game itself. That caused me to make mistakes.
Question 2. You hear a man talking about judging an essay writing competition. It was fascinating judging the young writers' essays. Many young writers today are putting aside traditional ambition themes in order to tackle more everyday life topics. As you might expect, some of them showed great ability in seeing the funny side of life and talked about it in amusing ways. What's remarkable was out of the 90 finalists, at least 20 had more than one essay, one more than 5.
Okay. Now this are the examples. I don't take all the questions to 7 questions. So I just focus on 2. Now, if we look, sorry, I've clicked, accidentally clicked the answer for number 1, but never mind. If you notice in the recording just now, the speaker did explain that because because the boy did not focus, that's why he lost the match. So if you notice in the recording just now, the speaker did not exactly use the word focus or lost the match, but he said he did not win the match. So sometimes synonym is used. They don't really use the exact word in the question, but they use a lot of similar words. So that's why you have to really be very alert with the words used in the recording, because you can only listen to the recording twice. After that, you have no more choice, but you have to guess the answer. So question 2, what surprised him? I can play the audio again.
Part 1, question 1.
Made it difficult for me. I had so many thoughts in my mind that I did not think about the game itself.
Question 2. You hear a man talking about judging an essay writing competition. It was fascinating judging the young writers' essays. Many young writers today are putting aside traditional ambition themes in order to tackle more everyday life topics. As you might expect, some of them showed great ability in seeing the funny side of life and talked about it in amusing ways. What's remarkable was out of the 90 finalists, at least 20 had more than one essay, one, more than five.
Okay, so the word used here is not surprise, but remarkable. Okay, so he said one student even write more essays. Okay, so which one do you think is the answer here? Is it how humorous the essays were? Humorous here means funny. How goals were seen in the essays, or how many essays some people wrote. If you notice the tone used by the speaker, the word used by the speaker, you can easily identify the answer. Yes, the answer is, some says A, but actually it's C. Okay, anyway, good try. Okay, let's try.
Part 1, question 1. You hear a boy talking.
Okay, sorry. We go to part 2. So before we start part 2, I hope part 1 is clear enough for you. Actually, part 1 is quite easy as long as you listen to the clues mentioned in the recording. So you have to be really, really attentive to the words used by the speaker. Okay, and you can read the question first. Okay, read the question first. You are given time to read the question before your teacher or the examiner play the recording for you. So quickly read the question and the options. All right, highlight or underline any clues, any words that you find like this in the question. That is very important for you to focus on. Question 2, you underline the word surprise. All right, so that when you listen to the recording, you will focus on what surprised this speaker. Okay. All right. Next one, paper 2. Part 2. Okay. The skills tested here is more to the listening for the attitude, the detail, the main idea, the opinion, and also the gist and specific information. Okay, for your reading time, you are given 1 minute to read through the questions. All right, and then you have monologue or text involving interacting speakers. The duration here is approximately 3 minutes with 8 multiple choice questions. Okay, next, I'm giving you some tips here. Underline the keywords in the questions and the options, like I said earlier. And then please pay attention to the speaker's main ideas. As you listen to the audio, you just write down, scribble the words that you can listen, that you can identify. Okay, just scribble it on your paper. Don't worry. Tip 2, when you listen for the second time, this is when you listen for parts that introduce the topic for each question. All right. Now, for this part 2, you will listen to, you will hear Anita talking about her sign language project. So the task here, your focus here is on Anita and her sign language project. All right. So read the question quickly. When did Serena learn Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia? When she was 15 years old, or after losing her ability to converse, or upon founding the Sign for Malaysia project? Next question, how did Serena initially feel? All right. So you have to know what is initially. If you don't know this, so try to guess. When she lost part of hearing. So this is what I said. You have to underline the keywords. So when you look at the answer here, it's something to do with feeling. So later you have to focus on what kind of feeling, Serena's initial feeling when she lost part of her hearing. All right. Now let's listen to the audio. Okay.
Part 2, questions 8 to 15. You will hear a woman talking about her sign language project.
I am proud and honored
to receive the title of UNICEF Malaysia Kita Connect Champion last October. My name is Serena Lee. I am the Sign for Malaysia project founder. There was a time when I thought I would not be able to converse with people again. I also did not know that I would learn Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia when I was 15 years old. In 2017, I felt my world come tumbling down when I started experiencing partial hearing loss. A viral infection caused me to lose 30% of the hearing in my left ear. It was scary, but I was grateful because I came to realize how little I knew about the deaf community.
Okay, let me repeat the recording again.
Part 2, questions 8 to 15. You will hear a woman talking about her sign language project.
I am proud and honored to receive the title of UNICEF Malaysia Kita Connect Champion last October. My name is Serena Lee. I am the Sign for Malaysia project founder. There was a time when I thought I would not be able to converse with people again. I also did not know that I would learn Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia when I was 15 years old. In 2017, I felt my world come tumbling down when I started experiencing partial hearing loss. A viral infection caused me to lose 30% of the hearing in my left ear. It was scary, but I was grateful because I came to realize how little I knew about the deaf community.
Okay, what do you think is the answer for question 8? When did Serena learn Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia? Okay, I'm very sorry. This is a typing error. It's not Anita, actually, it's Serena. Very sorry about that, yeah? Okay, which do you think is the answer? I can see that in YouTube here, some students says the answer is A. Now let's see. Upon founding the Sign for Malaysia project. Okay, so don't be confused. I know some of you choose A because you heard she said when she was 15 years old. But question asks, when did she learn? Serena learn Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia. Okay, so when she found the Sign for Malaysia project. All right. Next one, how did Serena initially feel when she lost part of her hearing? Initially, when she began to feel, okay, that she has lost part of her hearing. In the audio just now, it did not use the word lost part of hearing, but what did the speaker use? Yes, partial hearing loss. So partial and part of hearing is the same. So what is the answer? 9B. Okay, some students says 9B. No, actually it's fearful because she said it was scary, but I was grateful. Okay, so yes, scary is same meaning as fearful. Okay, but later on she was grateful. So don't get confused with the words. So that's why you have to listen very attentively to the word, to the clue used in the recording. All right. So this is part of questions that you can see in part 2. So you have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, you have 8 questions for part 2. So you have to be very careful, huh? All right. Now we'll go to part 3. All right. For part 3, you have options A to G. All right. You choose 5 only. There are 7 options. Choose 5 only. And when you write your answer, write in clear alphabet, all right, in each box, all right. Write keywords under every question number to easily identify your answers. Like I said just now, when you listen, the first time you listen to the audio, quickly write down the vocabulary, the words, the clues that you can hear, all right, that you can identify for the first time. And then you have 30 seconds to read the task before listening to the track. So this is when you do your reading quickly. Yeah? Now, the second time you listen to the audio, this is when you identify your answers by referring to the vocabulary that you have listed down earlier. When you listen to the audio for the second time, that is when you identify your answers. Okay. Now, in this audio, in this dialogue, you will have 5 speakers that will speak on about a topic, different topic. Okay. Each monologue is around half a minute. Okay. This is what I mean. This is just example. Huh? Okay. You write keywords that you can hear from the recording under each number. So, for example, question 16, question 17. This is how I ask my students to write down. Just quickly jot down point here. Okay, under question 17, you do it this way so that you have space to write going down like that. Okay, question 19 and question 20. So the second time when you listen to the recording, by looking at these points that you have written, so you can actually find the answer easily. All right. Let's say question 16. So this one focus on total silence. And then leave radio on, stay awake, focus better. All right. We will listen to the audio later. Question 17 is something to do with optimum time. Wake up, you will feel fresh. Okay, brain can work better. Question 18, it's more to goal. Okay, set smaller objective. And then goals easier to reach. So means question 18 is something to do with goal. All right. So basically you have rough idea here. For question 19, comfortable place, tell people not to be disturbed, have own space is helpful. So question 19 is more to place or space. Now question 20, studying session, good discipline, responsible, second or third person can help understand lesson better or ask someone better to join than you to join. So question 20 is about good discipline for you to study. Either you study on your own or you can ask help from someone. Now let's look at the question.
Part 3, Track 7, Questions 16 to 20. You will hear 5 short extracts in which students talk about the best way to study. Speaker 1. I hear a lot of people saying that studying requires total silence. If you're anything like me, studying like that will make me fall asleep. I think people should leave the radio on. It can help you stay awake so you can focus better. Speaker 2.
Does everyone study frequently to get good grades? Quantity does not always mean quality, and that goes for revision sessions. You have to pick the optimum time to start revising. When you wake up, you feel fresher and your brain can work better. Try it.
Speaker 3. Everyone wants to pass their exams with flying colors. That's the goal of every student. However, that is quite a big goal and can be intimidating. It would be better if you set smaller objectives when you study. Those goals are easier to reach and collectively help you succeed. Speaker 4.
Having snacks while revising keeps my energy levels up, and I prefer studying in a comfortable place. If you're like me, tell people around you in advance that you are not to be disturbed. It does not necessarily have to be quiet, but having your own space is helpful. Speaker 5. Relying on yourself. Plan studying sessions is a good discipline. It teaches you to be responsible, but sometimes the second or third person help you understand lessons better. So ask someone, especially a person who is better than you in a subject, to join you.
Okay. Do you think you can get the answers to all these 5 questions? Now let's go back to the clue just now. These are the clues just now. Question 16, it focus on this. Okay. Stay awake, focus better. Study requires total silence. Question 17, optimum time. Okay. Wake up fresher. Brain can work better. Wake up fresher. This is very clear clue. Question 18, again, like I said, the clue here is goal. However, in the choices, you cannot see the word goal used, but it's something, another one, it's target. The word target is used. So target and goal is the same. Now, question 19, comfortable place, not to be disturbed. Okay, the word disturb here is used. And then question 20, it mentioned about second or third person can help to understand lesson better. So ask someone better than you to join your study group. Now let's look at the choice. 16, which one do you think is the answer? Yes, G. Okay, listening to music helps you to focus. All right, what about 17? It uses the clue fresh, wake up. So the answer here is 16G. Yes, someone answered 16G. What about 17? 17 is, yes, B. So you can see here, study in the morning. So wake up, fresher. When your mind is clearer, fresher. Okay, yes. What about 18? The clue here just now is goal. So you cannot find the word goal here, but similar words to goal is, yes, E. The answer is E. Set yourself a series of achievable target. Okay. What about 19? 19, the word used, the clue used just now is not to be disturbed. Not to be disturbed. So, yes, this one, not to interrupt you. So, similar meaning to not to be disturbed. So, 19 is A. All right. And last one, 20, have 2 or 3 persons to join you. Who is better than you to join you? So best answer is, yes, someone says 20 is F, correct. Because here it says have a study group with another person. Okay, give yourself a clap. Good. All right. Now we will go to the last part of listening, that is part 4. Okay. Here you will hear monologue, talk, presentation, review, and interview, and so on. Okay, here in approximately 3 minutes, you need to complete 10 sentences. All right, means you have 10 questions, 10 blanks. And then your reading time is you have 45 seconds to read through the whole text. So let me remind you again, this part is a little bit challenging. So you have to listen attentively. Listen carefully for words or phrases before and after blanks, because the words used in the audio, in the recording, is not exactly the same. and the sentence structure is sometimes they purposely make it challenging for you, all right, so that you'll be challenged, all right, to find the answer. Now, write your answers as heard on recording. No need to change the form. Okay, one word for each space. And then the tip here, make sure your answer fits grammatically. All right, answers must fit in grammatically and make sense. So most importantly is your spelling. Let's say there was one question that I did with my students yesterday. The answer was exhibition. The student, they know that the answer is exhibition, but they have problem in spelling the word exhibition. So that's why, again, class, doing revision using your textbook, especially on the vocabulary part, is very, very crucial, very important. You need to do that, all right? Now let's try this one. I purposely give you 4 blanks. So I'll play the interview twice and listen carefully. Yeah?
Part 4, questions 21 to 30. You will hear a scare actor Wai Leong talking about his job.
How long have you been scaring or haunting people?
It'll be 5 years this year. It is not a full-time job. I do it for fun, on a part-time basis, but the money is good. I admit the work is not easy, but the hours are short.
What brings you back to this job year after year?
I am a horror nerd. I have always been the geeky bookworm who loved reading works by Stephen King, dark stories by Edgar Allan Poe, collected dead bugs, and drew weird art at school. The acting is the cherry on the cake for me. It has been my dream to act. Getting into costume and character helps me feel better. I get to release stress, and physically moving to help bring the character to life also helps me go through some heavy stuff twice a week.
How has scaring benefited you?
This may sound weird, but it has given me confidence in who I am as a person. I no longer think that I'm weird. I have met my best friends and found something I'm really good at doing. Ask any haunter here. It's challenging, but the results are rewarding.
Where did you start haunting?
I have been scary since I was a child. Professionally, though, I have been haunting with the same company since 2016.
Okay, let me play the audio again. And this time, try to find the answer. Just now, you should be listening to the words used in the audio and try to match here and there. Look at the clues before and after the blanks, all right? For example, like before 21. So make sure you identify what the speaker says after the word full time, okay? However, does not do it on a full time. What? Okay, he started out as a who reads on something to do with this one. So you have to be very alert with the word used to describe here, question 22. And then the word can be what, but rewarding, yet rewarding. And again here, the answer here is not used in the middle. If you listen to the audio or the recording, the answer is used in the beginning of this sentence. So listen again.
Part 4, questions 21 to 30. You will hear a scare actor Wai Leong talking about his job.
How long have you been scaring or haunting people?
It'll be 5 years this year. It is not a full-time job. I do it for fun on a part-time basis, but the money is good. I admit the work is not easy, but the hours are short.
What brings you back to this job year after year?
I am a horror nerd. I have always been the geeky bookworm who loved reading works by Stephen King, dark stories by Edgar Allan Poe, collected dead bugs, and drew weird art at school. The acting is the cherry on the cake for me. It has been my dream to act. Getting into costume and character helps me feel better. I get to release stress, and physically moving to help bring the character to life also helps me go through some heavy stuff twice a week.
How has caring benefited you?
This may sound weird, but it has given me confidence in who I am as a person. I no longer think that I'm weird. I have met my best friends and found something I'm really good at doing. Ask any haunter here. It's challenging, but the results are rewarding.
Where did you start haunting?
I have been scary since I was a child. Professionally, though, I have been haunting with the same company since 2016.
Okay, so can you find all the answers? I can see that some of you have given answers for 21 as job. He, however, does not do it on a full-time job. Okay, let's listen again. Some of you have given the answer for 23, challenging. The work can be challenging yet rewarding. Yes, that's very clear just now in the audio. What about 22? Anyone? 2000. Answer for 24. Why Leong started haunting 2000 or since in 2016? Remember, class, you cannot use more than one word. So your answer must be a one-word answer. All right? So far from the answers that our students here have shared, 23 is correct. Yes, the work can be challenging yet rewarding. Now let's look at 21. He, however, does not do it on a full time. Actually, this is general knowledge. All right. If you always see or if you always hear people talk about job career, you know it's either part-time or full-time basis. Yeah, this is clearly mentioned in the audio, in the recording just now. Okay, now what about 22? This one is quite tough because, but the clue here is read, all right, or read. He started out as who read works of Stephen King and Edgar Allan Poe. All right, now let's look at the answer. He started out as a bookworm who read works of Stephen King and Edgar Allan Poe. Right? He did mention the title of the book written by these two writers. Okay, and again here, if you notice, the speaker did not use the word bonus when he described acting. Remember what he said? Can you remember? He said acting is a cherry on the cake for me, he said. So it's a bonus. If you look at cake, if it's very plain, it's very, it looks very normal, very common. So, but if you put a cherry on top of it, it looks very interesting. It's a bonus for you to decorate your cake. So this is a beautiful phrase to describe his acting, his work. Okay, his job has boosted his confidence. The work can be challenging yet rewarding. And last one, I did mention just now, the answer here is actually mentioned earlier in the dialogue. So, why Leong started haunting? Sorry. professionally, yes, in 2016. So yes, I know this part 4 is quite challenging, quite difficult for you, especially in identifying the correct word use, because like I said, the answers are not mentioned directly as what you see in the text. So you have to be very alert with the clues like 2016, the numbers, the figures used, the action or the activity that is happening in the paragraph. So that's why it's very important for you to underline the keywords, the activity that is happening, the date, the figure, and everything. All right. So we have come to the end of our slide for listening and for the whole session. I hope you have learned a lot. I'm very sorry if there's any hiccups throughout the lesson, throughout the sharing. Okay, so may God bless you all and may your effort be blessed. All the best, everyone. If you have any question, I will try to help. I will try to answer the best I can, yeah? All right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the informative and interesting talk. Now let's move on to the Q&As. If you have any question, please type it in the comment section in the YouTube and I will read it for you. Okay, let's wait for maybe 30 seconds.
Sure. I can see that there's a good response from students in the Facebook here.
Muhammad Syahirul. Thank you for the response. Then any question or the teacher, if you have any question from the hostel student, maybe can type it in the chat box. I will read it.
Okay, sure. I will share the slides.
Yes, we shared the slide. I gave it to Madam Aziana.
Sure. I've sent all the copies to Cikgu Adrina. Yeah. So maybe you can share with the panitias in your PD.
Sure. Okay, I don't think they have any question. Okay, let's move on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end part of our session. Okay, we would like to say thanks again to the speaker for the informative and interesting talk and to our student for your active participation. Hopefully the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you, and I think I will pass this back to our MC for today.
Thank you to our moderator and speaker. Next, I would like to invite the representative of Muka District Education Officer, Mr. Muhammad Shazwan bin Sun, to deliver his closing speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dengar suara? Ya.
Dengar.
Dengar. Okey, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Selamat pagi. Yang dihormati Timbalan PPD Sektor Pembelajaran PPD Selangor, Cikgu Tracy Bitin, Wakil Sarawak Energy, Puan Jacqueline, Penyelaras Program Cikgu Noel Jimbai, SIC Plus Bidang Sains Sosial PPD Selangor, barisan SIC Plus, penolong-penolong PPD, semua penceramah, semua guru, pegawai-pegawai teknikal dan semua calon SPM tahun 2021 yang dikasihi sekalian. Pertamanya bersyukur kehadrat Allah SWT kerana kita dapat bersama daripada 16 Oktober hari itu sehingga ke hari ini adalah hari terakhir untuk program jaringan dan jalinan ini yang kita rasakan amat bertepatan lah, dalam menyahut cabaran keperluan pendidikan bagi anak-anak kita. Jadi alhamdulillah, bersyukur kerana program yang dirancang ini berjaya dijalankan, walaupun secara maya. Mungkin sebab sedikit ada kekurangannya, jadi kita inilah sedia maklum dalam keadaan sekarang ini. Ini adalah kerjaannya adalah bukti kukuh gandingan semua pihak yang melibatkan antara PPD dan juga dengan pihak penceramah serta guru-guru dan pelajar-pelajar semua. Jadi program yang telah dijalankan bermula pada Sabtu 16 Oktober 2021 dengan slot utama Bahasa Melayu hari itu dan berakhir pada hari ini dengan slot yang baru selesai tadi, Bahasa Inggeris. Jadi banyak sesi perbincangan dan sumbangsaran serta kerja-kerja di belakang tabir yang telah dijalankan sebelum program ini menemui calon SPM 2021. Semuanya bagi memastikan kita memberi yang terbaik kepada semua calon SPM, khususnya pada tahun ini, tahun 2021. Jadi program bersifat komprehensif dan melibatkan 15, meliputi 15 mata pelajaran yang ditawarkan di peringkat SPM di semua sekolah menengah di daerah Selangau dan Mukah. Pemilihan penceramah telah dibuat dengan teliti bagi menjamin kualiti pengisian program. Kita datangkan yang terbaik untuk calon-calon SPM kita. Jadi harapan kita semua calon-calon SPM khususnya dan guru-guru amnya telah dapat manfaat dari kesemua sesi yang telah diadakan. Ucapan terima kasih juga pihak PPD Mukah kepada pihak PPD Mukah dan juga PPD Selangau yang telah berusaha keras bagi memastikan program ini dapat dilaksanakan dengan lancar. Terima kasih juga kepada timbalan PPD sektor pembelajaran kedua-dua PPD iaitu PPD Selangau dan juga PPD Mukah, iaitu Cikgu Tracy dan juga Cikgu Noazlin. Barisan SIC Plus, penolong-penolong PPD yang telah bersatu tenaga dalam melaksanakan program ini. Tidak lupa juga penghargaan dan terima kasih yang tidak terhingga kepada pihak Sarawak Energy Berhad di atas tajaan. Tanpa tajaan SEB ini, Sarawak Energy Berhad ini, kemungkinan besar program ini tidak dapat dijalankan. Semoga jalinan dan juga jaringan usaha sama sebegini akan dapat diteruskan pada bila-bila masa. Terima kasih yang tidak terhingga kepada semua penceramah. Anda adalah yang terbaik. Anda adalah yang terbaik. Terima kasih tidak terhingga ke atas kejadian menerima undangan kami untuk menyumbang bakti dan berkongsi kepekaran dalam mata pelajaran masing-masing bagi membantu calon-calon SPM di kedua-dua daerah. Terima kasih juga kepada semua guru mata pelajaran yang telah bertindak mengingatkan serta menjaga semua calon yang berada di sekolah bagi memastikan mereka mendapat manfaat yang optimum daripada program ini. Juga kepada guru yang telah bertindak sebagai juru acara dan moderator yang merupakan nadi bagi setiap sesi. Saya difahamkan ramai guru yang sebelum ini tidak pernah mengendalikan majlis ilmu sebagai juru acara dan moderator telah melakukannya buat kali pertama di dalam program ini. Oleh demikian, saya yakin program ini telah meninggalkan kenangan manis bagi bagi anda semua. Pegawai-pegawai teknikal yang telah berusaha keras di belakang tabir bagi memastikan kelancaran program walaupun mendapat pelbagai cabaran khususnya dari segi capaian internet. Tanpa mereka sebabkan program ini dibuat secara online memang sukar kita mendapat impak impak yang terbaik lah. Jadi tahniah sabas dan tahniah kepada semua pegawai-pegawai teknikal bagi kedua-dua daerah. Kepada terima kasih yang tidak terhingga khususnya kepada kedua ibu bapa, guru-guru, penjaga anak-anak calon-calon SPM ini atas sokongan terhadap program yang diadakan. Sokongan ini sudah tentunya didasari oleh kesedaran tentang pentingnya pemulihan ilmu bagi anak-anak ataupun jagaan masing-masing. Kepada semua calon SPM, seperti sedia maklum bahawa pada tahun ini format pentaksiaran baharu bermula. diharap semua pelajar sudah didedahkan oleh pihak sekolah khususnya dan juga melalui program sebegini. Jadi disebabkan tahun ini adalah tahun pertama format baharu, jadi kita mengharapkanlah anak-anak pelajar kita khususnya calon SPM tahun ini cari lagi sebanyak-banyaknya input, khususnya bukan saja daripada program sebegini semata-mata, tetapi juga daripada medium-medium lain. Contohnya melalui banyak sekarang ini dipenarkan oleh Kementerian Pendidikan seperti TV Pendidikan, Didik TV, channel-channel YouTube. Dan yang paling utama adalah daripada guru-guru anda dalam kelas. Anda tahu di mana tahap kemampuan anda sebagai pelajar SPM, calon SPM. Anda tahu di mana kemampuan anda, subjek mana yang lemah, topik mana yang lemah. Di situ nanti peranan anda bersama dengan guru-guru anda di dalam kelas pastikan mengukuhkan lagi, sebab kita tinggal beberapa bulan lagi, dalam 4 ataupun 3 bulan lebih macam itu. Calon-calon SPM akan menduduki SPM tahun 2021 dengan format baharu. Jadi kita haraplah calon-calon SPM bersedia dari awal lagi, sebab kita tahu mereka sudah tentunya menghadapi pelbagai cabaran, khususnya yang tidak mendapat akses dengan internet. Jadi diharapkan melalui perkongsian sebegini dan juga daripada medium-medium lain, pelajar-pelajar kita sudah bersedia, dan kita mengharapkanlah, kita mendoakan semua calon-calon SPM bagi daerah Mukah dan juga daerah Selangau ini akan mendapat keputusan yang cemerlang, insyaAllah dalam peperiksaan yang mendatang ini. Jadi akhir kata, saya berharap program jaringan dan jalinan antara PPD dan juga dengan pihak Sarawak Energy ini akan dapat diteruskan sampai bila-bila bagi menyumbang kepada kerjaan anak-anak kita di kedua-dua daerah ini khususnya. Jadi itu saja daripada saya. Sekian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Shazwan, for the speech. Now, let us welcome Ustaz Naufal once again to lead the blessing prayer for all our SPM 2021 candidates. Ustaz Naufal.
Bismillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهم كما ربونا صغارا ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم إنا نسألك رضاك والجنة ونعوذ بك من سخطك والنار. اللهم إنك عفو كريم تحب العفو فاعف عنا وعن والدينا ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم اجعلنا من الناجحين والفائزين والممتازين في الدين في الدنيا والآخرة. اللهم نجنا في كل امتحان. اللهم نجنا في كل امتحان. اللهم نجنا في كل امتحان خصوصا في SPM يا الله. ربنا 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 لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. اللهم يسر أمورنا يا الله. اللهم يسر أمورنا يا الله. اللهم يسر أمورنا يا الله. اللهم يسر ولا تعسر. اللهم تمم بالخير يا كريم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين.
Thank you, Ustaz Naufal, for the prayer recitals. Before we end our program for today, we would like to express our heartfelt thanks to everyone who has been with us to ensure the success of the Ceramah Bimbingan Pintar SPM 2021, which has been held since 16 until 30th of October. We would also like to take this opportunity to extend our deep appreciation to the following speakers. Madam Lin Ana Asid, the speaker for Bahasa Melayu. Madam Hidayati Loh, the speaker for Sejarah. Mr. Lau Chik Kong, the speaker for Mathematics. Mr. Cheong Kok Him, the speaker for Pendidikan Moral. Madam Bibi Izzatul Sahima, the speaker for Science. Mr. Muhammad Zahid Zulkifli, the speaker for Pendidikan Islam. Mr. Alan Ko Tong Ping, the speaker for Physics. Mr. Willy Nyawai Lega, the speaker for Pendidikan Seni Visual. Mr. Hee Sian Kyong, the speaker for Chemistry. Mr. Ahmad Sabawi Badawi, the speaker for Kesusastraan Melayu Komunikatif. Madam Bibi Anato, the speaker for Biology. Madam Lee Chai Yong, the speaker for Geography. Madam Tang Betty, the speaker for Additional Math. Mr. Jit Anak Kayan, the speaker for Bahasa Iban. And last but not least, Madam Grace Julan Chambers, the speaker for English Language. With this, our program has come to an end. Hopefully, the program can provide a positive impact on everyone involved directly and indirectly. So before we end our session for today, I would like to request everyone to turn on your camera once again for our final photography session. Mohon bantuan AJK Technical. Thank you. Okay, I think we are done. All right. So that's it for today. Thank you so much, everyone. See you again another time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone.
Everyone,
Bye-bye.
stay
See
safe.
you
Bye.
maybe next
Bye.
year.
Stay safe. Thank you, Budi.
Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. I'm driving right now. Okay. Thank you, Madam Grace, moderator,
Thank you.
and to Jura Acara as well for technical team. Thank you. Thank you. See you again next year, hopefully. Okay. Bye. Take care and God bless.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Cikgu Noel.